This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't believe I'm actually typing this out. It's been 3 months since it happened, but I wake up in cold sweats almost every night. My therapist says writing about traumatic experiences helps process them, so here goes nothing. I'm 30 years old, and until this past summer, I prided myself on being what my friends called an adventure junkie. I've climbed mountains in 3 continents, gone skydiving twice, and even spent a month backpacking through Southeast Asia with nothing but a small bag and about $500 to my name. I've always believed that the best stories come from taking risks and trusting strangers. Guess I learned that lesson the hard way. For years, I'd been planning this epic hitchhiking journey across the Midwest. I know it sounds crazy in this day and age, but I'd romanticized the whole Jack Kerouac open road thing. I wanted to meet real Americans, hear their stories, see the heartland through their eyes. What a fucking idiot I was. It started off fine. I got rides from a college student heading home, a trucker who told me all about his grandkids, and a retired couple in an RV who even fed me lunch. But then I got dropped off on this stretch of highway in western Nebraska. The sun was starting to get low in the sky, and I'd been standing with my thumb out for almost 3 hours. Not a single car had passed in the last 45 minutes. I was starting to think about finding a spot to camp for the night when I heard the rumble of an engine. This beat-up red Ford pickup came into view, slowing down as it approached. I remember feeling this flood of relief. The truck pulled over about 20 feet ahead of me, and I jogged up to it, backpack bouncing against my spine. The guy inside looked like he was in his 60s, weather-beaten face, baseball cap pulled low, flannel shirt despite the summer heat. He leaned over and pushed the passenger door open. "Where you headed?" he asked. His voice was gravelly, like he'd spent decades smoking. "Colorado eventually," I said, "but anywhere west works for now." He nodded and gestured for me to get in. "Hop in. I'm going about 100 miles down the road." The first thing that hit me when I climbed in was the smell. It was this heavy, musty odor, like wet clothes that had been left in a hamper for weeks. I tried not to wrinkle my nose as I settled into the cracked leather seat and set my backpack between my feet. "Thanks for stopping," I said, extending my hand. "I'm Martin." He glanced at my hand but didn't take it, just put the truck in gear. "Frank," he said simply. The truck pulled back onto the highway, and I felt that familiar excitement of being on the move again. The inside of the cab was cluttered. Fast food wrappers, empty soda cans, some tools scattered on the dashboard. Nothing too unusual for a work truck. At first, the conversation was normal. He asked where I was from, Ohio, what I did for a living, graphic design, mostly freelance, why I was traveling. The standard finding myself bullshit that sounds so naive to me now. He didn't offer much about himself, just grunted and nodded at appropriate intervals. About 20 minutes in, things started getting weird. We passed a roadside memorial, one of those crosses decorated with plastic flowers, and Frank suddenly perked up. "You know," he said, not looking at me, "there used to be a lot of hitchhiker killers back in the day, 70s, 80s, real problem out here." I laughed nervously. "Yeah, I guess that's why not many people do it anymore." He hummed, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. "Course, plenty of killers picked up hitchhikers too. Easy targets, right? Middle of nowhere. No one knows where you are." The way he said it made my skin crawl. It wasn't like he was making conversation. It felt like he was savoring the words. "Good thing those days are behind us," I said, trying to sound casual while subtly checking that my door was unlocked. It wasn't. The manual lock was pushed down. Frank didn't respond, just kept driving. The sun was setting now, painting the sky this eerie orange-red. I started paying more attention to where we were going, and that's when I noticed something was off. We passed a distinctive water tower, one with a faded advertisement for a local business painted on the side. 30 minutes later, we passed it again. "Hey, haven't we seen that before?" I asked, pointing at the tower as we drove by. Frank's eyes never left the road. Lots of water towers out here. All looked the same. But they didn't, and about 40 minutes later we passed it a third time. We were driving in a huge circle. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Mind if I check where we are on my phone?" I asked, reaching for my pocket. "No service out here," Frank said quickly. "Haven't had a bar for the last hour." He was right. I pulled out my phone and saw the dreaded "no service" message at the top of the screen. I was completely cut off. The sky had gone from orange to deep purple, and Frank still hadn't turned on the headlights. The inside of the cab was getting dark. I could barely make out his face now, just the silhouette of his profile against the darkening window. "So where exactly are you dropping me?" I asked, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "Got a place?" he said. "Good spot for travelers." The truck slowed as we approached a bend in the road, and that's when I saw it, the glint of metal in his right hand. He'd pulled something from beside his seat, a knife, not a pocket knife, but a serious hunting blade at least 8 inches long. He must have felt me staring because he turned toward me slightly. In the dim light, his face looked like a skull, all shadows and angles. He wasn't even trying to hide the knife. He just held it casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Getting dark," he said. "Might need to pull over soon." Every cell in my body screamed danger. My options flashed through my mind in a split second. Try to grab the knife? He was old but looked strong, wiry. Fight him in the confined space of the truck cab, with him holding a blade? Reason with him? The empty look in his eyes told me that wasn't going to work. The truck was slowing down. We were approaching another curve. It was now or never. Without thinking, without even a plan, I grabbed my backpack with one hand, yanked up the door lock with the other, and threw my shoulder against the door. The rush of air hit me as the door flew open, and I just jumped. The impact was brutal. I remember tumbling, gravel tearing through my jeans and jacket, my backpack partially cushioning me but also making me roll awkwardly. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, burning scrapes across my palms, my shoulder, my hip. But adrenaline is a hell of a drug. I heard the screech of brakes, the truck fishtailing on the asphalt. I didn't look back. I just scrambled to my feet and ran toward the tree line about 30 yards from the road. My ankles screamed in protest with every step, but the sound of a truck door slamming open behind me kept me moving. I crashed into the underbrush, ducking under branches, pushing through scratchy bushes until I couldn't see the road anymore. Then I dropped to the ground behind a fallen tree and tried to control my breathing, which was coming in huge, ragged gasps. From my hiding spot, I could hear him. Not clearly at first, just the sound of movement along the edge of the woods. Then his voice, surprisingly calm. "Martin, you hurt yourself, buddy. Come on out. Let me help you." I pressed myself flat against the damp earth. My heart was hammering so hard I was afraid he could hear it. Twigs snapped as he moved along the perimeter of the woods. "This isn't smart, Martin. It's getting cold. You're hurt. I'm just trying to get you where you need to go." His voice was closer now. I could see the beam of a flashlight sweeping back and forth among the trees, maybe 20 feet away from my position. I held my breath. "Have it your way," he finally said. "But remember, I know these roads. I know where you're going. There's only one way out of here." The light retreated, and a few minutes later, I heard the truck door slam and the engine start up. The sound of tires on asphalt faded, but I didn't move. I couldn't be sure he was really gone. It could be a trick to draw me out, so I stayed there, curled up behind that log, for what felt like forever. The woods at night are never really silent. There's always some rustling, some distant animal call, but every sound made me flinch. Was it him coming back? Had he circled around? The temperature dropped. I was shivering uncontrollably, both from cold and from shock. My injuries began to throb as the adrenaline wore off. My left palm was torn up from breaking my fall, and my right ankle was definitely sprained. The side of my face felt tacky with half-dried blood from a scrape I didn't even remember getting. Hours passed. The moon rose, providing just enough light to see the vague shapes of trees around me. I checked my phone repeatedly, praying for even one bar of service, but there was nothing. I was completely alone. Around what I guess was midnight, I heard a vehicle on the road again. I pressed myself lower into the dirt, but this engine sounded different, smoother, less rumbly than Frank's truck. The vehicle slowed, then stopped. Car doors opened and closed. "Hello?" A female voice. "Is anyone out here?" Police got a call about someone jumping from a vehicle. I wanted to call out, but my throat closed up in terror. What if it was a trick? What if Frank had called someone to help him search? Then I heard a second voice, male this time. "Babe, I don't see anything." Maybe that trucker was seeing things. A trucker had reported it, not Frank. I took the biggest risk of my life and whispered, "Help." It came out as barely a croak. I tried again, louder. "I'm here. Help me." Flashlight beams cut through the trees. "Hello?" the woman called again. "Where are you?" "Behind a fallen tree," I managed, about 40 yards in. The lights came closer. I saw two figures, a young couple, maybe mid-20s. The guy was wearing a University of Nebraska sweatshirt. The woman gasped when her light fell on me. "Oh my God," she said. "Ryan, he's hurt." They helped me to my feet and half carried me back to their car, a sensible blue Subaru. As we emerged from the trees, I scanned the road in both directions, terrified of seeing that red pickup. "What happened?" Ryan asked as they helped me into their back seat. A trucker radioed in that he saw someone jump from a moving vehicle, but we couldn't believe it. I told them everything as they drove me to the nearest hospital about 30 miles away. They were horrified, kept saying I should report it to the police. I did the next morning, but I couldn't give them much to go on. A red Ford pickup, older model. A man named Frank, who was probably lying about his name. No license plate. I never thought to check. The police said they'd look into it, but without more information, there wasn't much they could do. They mentioned something about a similar report from a female hitchhiker 2 months earlier, but she'd been even less helpful with details than me. I ended up taking a bus the rest of the way to Colorado after I was released from the hospital. My adventure was over. All I wanted was to get where I was going and then go home. I still don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed in that truck. Maybe Frank really was just a weird old guy who liked scaring hitchhikers. Maybe the knife was just for protection. But when I remember the empty look in his eyes, the calculated way he was driving in circles to disorient me, the casual way he held that blade, I know I made the right choice. So that's my story. I don't hitchhike anymore. I don't pick up hitchhikers. Sometimes when I'm driving at night and I see headlights in my rearview mirror, I check to make sure it's not a red pickup. And I've never been able to figure out who that trucker was who reported seeing me jump, or how they knew to report it at all. Story 2. I've never been someone who believes in ghosts or the supernatural. Growing up, I'd roll my eyes whenever my friends would talk about their paranormal experiences or how their houses were supposedly haunted. That all changed last month, and I still don't know how to process what happened. I'm 17, and I've lived with my grandma and aunt in Oak Ridge for most of my life. My parents passed away when I was really young, so my grandma took me in. My Aunt Lily moved in with us about 5 years ago after her divorce. Our house is pretty old. It was built in the 1960s, and sometimes the pipes make weird noises, but that's about as spooky as it gets, or at least that's what I thought. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I was watching some stupid reality show with my grandma in the living room. It was raining outside, which made the house feel extra cozy. My Aunt Lily had come home from her shift at the hospital, she's a nurse, and went straight to her room to take a nap. She'd been working nights all week and was completely exhausted. I remember feeling kinda bored. The show wasn't that interesting, and I was scrolling through my phone when I heard it. A whisper. Someone said my name, Megan, clear as day, like someone was standing right behind the couch. I turned around, but no one was there. "Did you hear that?" I asked my grandma. She looked at me confused. "Hear what, honey?" "Someone said my name." I was already feeling stupid for mentioning it. My grandma just shrugged. Probably just the TV, but it wasn't the TV. The whisper sounded nothing like the voices on the show. It was urgent, desperate almost. I tried to ignore it and went back to watching the show, but after a few minutes, I heard it again. "Megan, please." This time it was louder and more desperate. My heart started racing. I looked at my grandma again, but she was completely focused on the TV, unbothered. How could she not hear it? It sounded so clear to me. "I'm going to get a snack," I said, getting up from the couch. I needed to move around, to shake off this weird feeling. As I walked toward the kitchen, I heard it again. "Megan, help." The voice seemed to be coming from the hallway that led to our bedrooms. My hands were trembling. Part of me wanted to ignore it and go back to my grandma, but something inside me was screaming that I needed to follow it. The hallway seemed longer than usual, and the light was dim since it was cloudy outside. As I got closer to my aunt's room, the whispers became more frequent. "Megan, help me, please." That's when I realized it sounded like Aunt Lily's voice, but different, like she was underwater or something. My heart was pounding in my chest so hard I could hear it in my ears. I stood outside her door for what felt like forever. I was terrified of what I might find, but also worried that something was wrong with my aunt. Finally, I gathered enough courage to turn the knob. The door creaked open. Why do doors always creak when you're scared? And what I saw will haunt me for the rest of my life. My aunt was lying on her bed, completely still. Her eyes were wide open, staring at the ceiling, but she wasn't moving, not even blinking. And then I saw it. Standing at the foot of her bed was a dark shadow. It wasn't shaped like a person exactly, more like a thick black mist that vaguely resembled a human form. It had no features, no face, just darkness. I froze. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The shadow figure seemed to notice me because it turned, or at least I felt like it turned toward me. Even though it had no eyes, I knew it was looking right at me. The air in the room suddenly felt heavy and cold, like all the warmth had been sucked out. Then, in an instant, it vanished, just disappeared. But that wasn't the end of it. When I looked back at my aunt, there was another shadow, smaller but just as dark, spread across her body like it was pinning her down. She was still frozen, eyes open, unmoving. I could see panic in her eyes though. She was conscious and aware of everything happening. I don't know what came over me, but I rushed toward her. "Aunt Lily," I screamed. As soon as I got close, the shadow on top of her dissipated like smoke blown away by wind. The moment it vanished, my aunt jolted upright with the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. She was gasping for air, clutching at her chest, looking around wildly. It was on me. It was on top of me. I couldn't move. She was hysterical, tears streaming down her face. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't call for help. My grandma came running into the room. "What's happening? What's wrong?" My aunt was trembling violently. Something was in here. Something was holding me down. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I was trying to call for help, but nothing would come out. My grandma looked at her like she was crazy. "You were probably having a bad dream, Lily. Sleep paralysis, maybe." But I knew it wasn't sleep paralysis. I'd seen it. That thing. And I'd heard my aunt calling for me, even though she said she couldn't speak. "I heard you," I told her, my voice shaking. "I heard you calling my name." My aunt stared at me, her face pale. "Megan," I was screaming for you in my head. I couldn't make any actual sound. A chill ran down my spine. How had I heard her? It didn't make sense. The rest of that day was tense. My aunt wouldn't go back into her room. She kept saying she felt like she was being watched. I didn't tell my grandma what I'd seen, the shadow figures. I knew she wouldn't believe me, and honestly, I wasn't sure if I believed it myself. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But that night, things got even weirder. We were all in the living room. None of us wanted to be alone when the lights started flickering. At first, we thought it was just a power surge from the storm outside, but then the TV turned on by itself. It was just static, that black and white fuzz, but the volume was cranked all the way up. My grandma tried to turn it off with the remote, but nothing happened. She went to unplug it, but as soon as she touched the cord, the static changed to a clear image. our hallway. It was like someone had set up a camera in our house, showing the hallway leading to our bedrooms. We all stared at the screen, frozen in shock. Then, a dark figure crossed in front of the camera, the same shadowy form I'd seen in my aunt's room. My aunt started crying. That's it. That's what was on me. My grandma finally seemed to realize this wasn't just in our heads. She grabbed her phone to call someone. I don't know who, maybe the police, but her phone was dead. So was mine. So was my aunt's. All three phones, completely drained of battery at the same time. The image on the TV changed again. Now it showed my aunt's room, but from an angle that seemed like it was from the corner of the ceiling. The room was empty, but then the door slowly opened and we could see my aunt walking in, lying down on the bed. We watched as she closed her eyes, and then that shadow appeared again, hovering over her. It was like watching a recording of what had happened earlier that day. We could see the shadow descending onto my aunt, spreading across her body. We could see her eyes snap open in terror. And then, most horrifying of all, we could see me opening the door, standing there in shock before rushing to her side. The TV shut off abruptly, plunging the room into silence. "What the hell is going on?" my grandma whispered, her voice trembling. We didn't sleep that night. We stayed in the living room, lights on, huddled together on the couch. None of us wanted to acknowledge what we'd seen, what it might mean. The next morning, my aunt called a friend to stay with, and my grandma and I went to a hotel. We couldn't stay in that house another night. My grandma, who had always been skeptical about supernatural stuff, was now looking up house cleansings and exorcisms on her phone. It's been a few weeks now. We're staying with my grandma's sister while we figure out what to do about the house. My aunt has had nightmares every night since the incident. She says she can still feel the weight of that shadow on her chest sometimes when she wakes up. As for me, I keep hearing whispers, not like before, not calling my name, but just indistinct murmurings, like someone's trying to tell me something but can't quite get through. It scares me, but part of me wonders if whatever connection allowed me to hear my aunt's thoughts that day is still open somehow. The weirdest part is that when we finally got the courage to go back to the house to get some clothes and essentials, we found something in the attic. An old journal from the 1970s belonging to someone named Margaret Thompson, apparently the woman who owned the house before us. In it, she wrote about shadow people that would visit her at night, trying to take her away. The last entry was from April 18th, 1978. It just said, "They're coming for me tonight. I can feel it. If anyone finds this, please know they're real and they're hungry." Margaret disappeared that night. Her family found the house empty. No sign of struggle, just gone. They never found her. What's really freaking me out is that my full name is Megan Margaret Thompson. I was named after my great-grandmother. My great-grandmother who disappeared without a trace in 1978. I don't know what those shadows wanted with my aunt, or why I could hear her thoughts, or if this is somehow connected to my great-grandmother. All I know is that we're never going back to that house, and I'm terrified that whatever was there might have followed us. Sometimes at night, I still hear whispers, and sometimes I swear I can see a shadow out of the corner of my eye, watching me. Story 3. I never believed in the paranormal before moving into my dad's apartment in Riverview last year. I was 22, just finishing college, and needed a place to stay for a few months before starting my new job. My dad and his wife Janet had a spare room, so I took them up on their offer. They'd only been living there about 6 months themselves. The first few weeks were completely normal. The building itself was nothing special, just a regular 3-bedroom apartment in a complex built in the early 90s. Not old enough to be creepy, not new enough to be nice. Just average. My room was at the end of the hallway, across from the bathroom, with my dad and Janet's room on the opposite end near the living room. The first incident happened on a Tuesday night in October. I remember because I had an interview the next morning and was trying to relax by watching some mindless Netflix show. It was around 11:30, and both my dad and Janet were out at some work dinner. They'd texted they'd be late, so I had the place to myself except for our cat, Milo. I was completely engrossed in my show when I heard it. the distinct creak of the hallway door opening. That door was weird. It was this heavy wooden door separating the hallway from the rest of the apartment, and it always stuck. You had to really pull or push to get it to move. Dad kept saying he'd fix it, but never did. At first I thought maybe Dad and Janet had come home early. "Hello?" I called out, pausing my show. No answer. I called out again, louder this time. Still nothing. My heart started beating faster as I got out of bed. I walked slowly to my bedroom door and peeked out. The hallway door was wide open, not just cracked, fully open, the kind of open that takes effort. I stood there for a minute, just listening. The apartment was dead silent. "Dad, Janet?" I ventured, taking a few steps down the hall. No answer. I checked the living room. Empty. I looked at the couch and saw Milo curled up, fast asleep. I checked the kitchen, my parents' room, even the closets. Nobody was home. The front door was still locked from the inside with the chain on. Trying to rationalize, I told myself maybe the door wasn't latched properly and just fell open somehow. I closed it firmly, making sure it clicked, then went back to my room. Not even 5 minutes later, as I was trying to get back into my show, I heard it again. That same distinctive creak. The hair on my arms stood up instantly. This time I didn't call out. I just sat there, frozen, listening. There were no other sounds, no footsteps, nothing, just that one creak. After what felt like forever, I forced myself to get up and check again. Sure enough, the door was wide open, just like before. I closed it again, this time practically slamming it shut. I even tested it by pulling on it a few times to make sure it was securely closed. When I got back to my room, I couldn't focus on the show anymore. I felt uneasy, like someone was watching me. I was sitting cross-legged on my bed when I heard a small but distinct clack from my dresser. I turned to look and saw my bottle of nail polish had fallen over. Not just any bottle, my heaviest one, an expensive brand in this thick glass bottle. It had been sitting in the middle of my dresser, not near the edge. There was no way it could have just tipped over on its own. You'd need to actually push it with some force. By this point, I was genuinely scared. I turned all the lights on in my room and texted my dad asking when they'd be home. He replied they were just leaving the restaurant, so maybe 30 minutes. I didn't want to sound crazy by telling him what happened, so I just stayed in my room with the door closed and all lights on until I heard them come in. I pretended to be asleep when my dad knocked to check on me. The next morning, I convinced myself I was being ridiculous. Maybe the door had a draft issue. Maybe the nail polish was closer to the edge than I remembered. I didn't mention it to anyone and went about my day. About a week later, I was eating breakfast when Janet sat down across from me. She looked tired with dark circles under her eyes. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" she asked, keeping her voice low even though my dad had already left for work. My stomach dropped. "No, I don't think so. Why?" She stirred her coffee for a long moment before answering. "Your dad was working late, so I was alone watching Netflix in the living room. It was around 10 o'clock. I heard this noise coming from the kitchen, like someone moving around." She glanced toward the kitchen before continuing. "I turned to look, and I swear I saw someone or something pulling away around the corner, like a shadow, but solid. It was tall, about the height of a person. I only caught it for a second. The way she described it made my skin crawl." "What did you do?" I asked. "Nothing," she admitted. "I was too scared. I just pretended I didn't see it and kept watching TV. I didn't want to, I don't know, acknowledge it. That sounds stupid saying it out loud." "It doesn't sound stupid," I said, then hesitantly told her about the hallway door and the nail polish. We both sat there in silence, neither wanting to be the first to say what we were thinking. Finally, Janet spoke. "I've never believed in ghosts or anything like that, but this place feels off sometimes." I nodded, relieved I wasn't alone in feeling it. For the next couple of weeks, nothing happened. I started to think maybe we were both just stressed and imagining things. Then came the incident with the bucket. It was a Friday night. Dad was working late again, and Janet had gone to her sister's for the weekend. I was alone in the apartment watching TV in the living room with Milo curled up beside me. Around 9:30, there was a loud clatter from the kitchen that made both me and the cat jump. I paused the TV and listened. Nothing but silence followed. Milo was staring toward the kitchen, his ears perked forward, which didn't help my nerves at all. I grabbed my phone as a flashlight and slowly made my way to the kitchen. When I turned on the light, I saw what had made the noise. A plastic bucket had somehow fallen over behind the closed pantry door. It wasn't just any bucket, but one that had been sitting on a high shelf since they moved in. No one had touched it in months. It was used for cleaning supplies that we never used. The pantry door had been closed and still was. The bucket couldn't have just fallen on its own inside a closed space, and even if it somehow did, it would have had to move about 2 feet from where it was normally kept to end up where I found it. I quickly put the bucket back and practically ran back to the living room, heart pounding. I called my dad and made up some excuse about hearing weird noises outside so he'd come home sooner. The worst experience, though, the one that still makes me shudder, happened about a month after I moved in. It was a Wednesday afternoon. Dad was at work, Janet was grocery shopping, and I had the place to myself. I was in the bathroom doing my makeup for a dinner with friends. The bathroom door was open, and I could see part of the hallway in the mirror's reflection. I was applying mascara when I heard it. Clear as day, someone called my name. Sophie? It wasn't shouted, just spoken in a normal tone, like someone trying to get my attention from another room. I assumed Dad had come home early. In the bathroom, I called back, continuing with my makeup. No response. After a minute, I called out again. Dad? Still nothing. I put down my mascara and stepped into the hallway. Hello? The apartment was completely silent. I checked every room, opening closets, looking behind doors. No one was there. The front door was locked from the inside. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a neighbor in the hallway outside, but they wouldn't know my name. Maybe it was the TV, but it wasn't on. I even checked my phone to make sure I hadn't gotten a call or notification that might have sounded like someone saying my name. Nothing made sense. I know what I heard. Someone, something, had called my name in an empty apartment. I grabbed my purse and left immediately, texting Janet that I'd meet her somewhere for coffee before my dinner plans. I couldn't bear to be alone in that apartment another minute. When I told Janet what happened, she went pale. She admitted she'd heard her name called too, about 2 weeks earlier, but had been too scared to mention it. We finally told my dad everything that evening. He tried to explain it all away. Old building, pipes, neighbors, imagination, but I could tell he was rattled too. He'd never admit it, but he started coming home earlier, and I noticed he'd double-check the hallway door before bed. The activity seemed to increase after that. The hallway door would open several times a week. Items would move or fall without explanation. We'd hear footsteps when no one was there. The feeling of being watched became constant. Janet started burning sage, which my dad thought was ridiculous until his keys vanished from the counter and reappeared in the refrigerator, somewhere he swore he never put them. I moved out as soon as I could, about 3 months after moving in. Dad and Janet stayed another 6 months before breaking their lease early. They never officially said it was because of the paranormal activity, but I know that's why. To this day, I don't know what was in that apartment. Whatever it was, it seemed to grow stronger with acknowledgement. The more we discussed it, the more frequent and obvious the activity became. I still get chills thinking about that voice calling my name. It sounded so normal, so casual, like whoever or whatever it was knew me and was simply trying to get my attention, like it belonged there, and maybe I was the intruder. Dad and Janet live in a house now, on the other side of town. They've never experienced anything strange since leaving Riverview. Neither have I, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still catch myself listening for that voice, hoping I'll never hear it again. Story 4. I've been hesitant to share this for months now, but I need to get it off my chest. Last October, I was working at Blackwood Manor, this massive historic building that gets converted into Halloween scare mazes every year. I was 18, it was my first real job, and I was just happy to make some cash while getting to scare people. What happened there still messes with my head, and I'm hoping writing it down might help me process it. The building itself is over 200 years old, 3 stories of crumbling stone and creaky floorboards. Management converted it into 2 separate scare attractions, the dungeon in the basement and the nightmare factory that took up the entire top floor. The middle floor was just for storage, makeup stations, and our break room. I usually worked in the dungeon as a plague doctor character, but sometimes I'd help with closing procedures in both attractions. That's what I was doing on October 27th when everything went sideways. It was around 11:30 at night. The park had closed at 11, and we were doing final sweeps to make sure no guests were hiding or had gotten lost. It happened more than you'd think. The dungeon was smaller and easier to clear, so I finished my section pretty quickly. I was walking through the final corridor, this narrow stone hallway with fake torches, when I noticed something moving at the far end. At first I thought it was Kyle, another employee, but as I got closer, I realized it was way too small to be him. It was a kid, maybe 8 or 9 years old, standing perfectly still and staring at me. The weird part? He was wearing what looked like medieval clothes. Not like a cheap Halloween costume, but actual worn leather and some kind of rough-spun tunic. "Hey, buddy," I called out. "The park's closed. How'd you get in here?" The kid didn't say anything. He just kept staring. Then he smiled. Not a normal kid smile, but this weird, knowing grin that made my skin crawl. "I need to find your parents," I said, walking toward him. "You can't be down here." When I got within about 10 feet, he suddenly turned and ran around the corner. I sprinted after him, but when I rounded the corner myself, the hallway was empty. There were no side doors, no places to hide. He had just vanished. I radioed security, but they confirmed no children had been reported missing, and all guests had exited the park. I tried to shake it off as exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. Maybe it was just another employee messing with me, or maybe the dim lighting had made me see something that wasn't there. After finishing in the dungeon, I headed upstairs to help close the nightmare factory. This was the main attraction, a massive, sprawling maze that took about 15 minutes to walk through at a normal pace. It had all these elaborate themed sections: a twisted carnival, an abandoned hospital, a haunted dollhouse, and a bunch of other nightmare scenarios. 4 of us were doing the final sweep. Me, my supervisor Marcus, and 2 other employees, Jess and Aiden. We split up to cover more ground, with Marcus taking the first section, the carnival, Jess taking the middle, the hospital, Aiden covering the final portion, which included this creepy forest area, and I was assigned to check the dollhouse section, which was about 3/4 of the way through the maze. I was making my way through the hospital section to get to my assigned area when something strange happened. I turned a corner into what should have been a hallway of hospital rooms, but instead, I was suddenly in complete darkness. Not the artificial darkness we used in the attraction with dim lighting. This was absolute total blackness. My first thought was that someone had turned off the emergency lights by mistake. We had these small green floor lights that stayed on even after the main effects were powered down, but even those were gone. "Hello?" I called out. "Did someone hit the breaker?" No response. I pulled out my phone to use as a flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on, completely dead, even though it had been at 80% just minutes before. I figured I must have accidentally stepped into one of our rat runs, hidden pathways behind the scenes that let the actors move quickly between sections. They were narrow and completely dark when not in use. I'd been working there for weeks, but the layout was confusing, and I still mixed up some of the passageways. I carefully took about 3 steps forward, feeling along the wall with my hand. The wall felt different, not like the foam and plywood we used for the sets, but like actual cold stone. That's when I noticed a thin crack of light ahead of me. I moved toward it, pushed gently, and the crack widened. I stepped through, expecting to find myself in a service corridor or maybe backstage. Instead, I was standing in the middle of the dollhouse section. For those who haven't been through our maze, let me explain how impossible this was. The dollhouse was near the end of the attraction, a good 10 to 15 minute walk from the hospital section where I had just been. There was no way, absolutely no physical way, I could have traveled that distance in 3 steps. The dollhouse room was exactly as it should be. Life-sized doll furniture, creepy porcelain faces peering from shelves, that sickly sweet perfume smell we pumped in. But something felt off. The emergency lights were on, casting everything in a dim green glow, but the room was completely silent. Usually, even after hours, you could hear the building settling, other employees talking in the distance or the hum of the ventilation system. Here, there was nothing. I stood frozen, trying to process what had just happened. Had I blacked out, sleepwalked somehow? But I hadn't felt tired, and I'd been fully alert just moments before. I turned around to look at where I'd come from. There should have been a doorway leading to a corridor, but instead there was just a solid wall with vintage wallpaper. I ran my hands over it, searching for a hidden door or panel, but there was nothing. Just unbroken wall where I'd just walked through a moment ago. What the fuck? I whispered to myself, my heart pounding. I tried my radio, but it was dead, just like my phone. With no other option, I decided to continue through the maze toward the exit. I walked through the remaining sections, the forest, the graveyard, and finally the exit corridor. I didn't run into any of my co-workers, which seemed strange since we should have crossed paths at some point. When I finally pushed through the emergency exit at the end of the maze, I found Marcus, Jess, and Aiden standing in the hallway outside, looking worried and irritated. "Where the hell have you been?" Marcus demanded. "We've been looking for you for like 10 minutes. I was in the maze," I stammered. "We checked the entire maze twice," Jess said. "You weren't in there." "I was just in the dollhouse section," I insisted. "I don't know what happened. I was in the hospital area, then everything went dark, and suddenly I was in the dollhouse." They all looked at me like I was crazy or playing a prank. Aiden laughed nervously. "Dude, the dollhouse is like on the complete opposite side of the maze. You'd have to walk through half the attraction to get from one to the other." "I know," I said. "That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know how I got there." Marcus checked his watch. "We've been looking for you for almost 15 minutes. Jess even checked the dollhouse section specifically 5 minutes ago. You weren't there." "That's impossible," I said. "I was just there, and then I walked straight to the exit. I didn't see any of you." An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. Finally, Marcus sighed. "Look, we're all tired. Let's just finish closing and get out of here." I nodded, still shaken. As we walked back to the break room to collect our things, I tried to figure out what could have happened. Had I somehow gotten confused about where I was in the maze? No, I knew the layout well after working there for weeks. Had I fallen asleep standing up and dreamed the whole thing? But it felt so real. When we reached the break room, I checked my phone again. It powered on immediately, showing 82% battery, almost exactly what it had been before everything went dark. But the time was wrong. According to my phone, almost 20 minutes had passed since I'd checked it last, even though my experience in the darkness and walking through the dollhouse section had felt like only a few minutes. On the drive home, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened, and then I remembered the boy in medieval clothing I'd seen earlier in the dungeon. 2 impossible things in one night. Was I losing my mind? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there were parts of the building I didn't know about. Maybe there was a shortcut through the maze I'd accidentally discovered, but deep down, I knew there was no logical explanation for how I had instantly traveled from one end of a massive maze to the other. I went back to work the next day and carefully examined the hospital section where everything had gone dark. There was nothing unusual, no hidden doors, no secret passages that could explain what I'd experienced. I even checked the wall in the dollhouse section where I'd apparently emerged from nothingness. It was just a normal wall, solid all the way through. I worked at the park until the Halloween season ended a few days later, but nothing strange happened again. I never saw the medieval boy, and I never experienced another moment of impossible darkness or spatial displacement. It's been 6 months, and I still can't explain what happened that night. Sometimes I wonder if the building itself somehow bent reality around me. The structure is centuries old, and who knows what might have happened there over the years. All I know is that for a brief moment, the laws of physics didn't apply to me. I traveled what should have been a 15-minute journey in 3 steps through darkness, and I still have no idea how or why. And sometimes late at night, I wonder about that boy in the medieval clothing and if he somehow had something to do with it all. Story 5. I still wake up hearing those thumping sounds, even now in my new apartment 200 miles away from that cursed Victorian house. It's been 3 months since I left, but the sounds follow me everywhere I go. I've tried therapy, medication, even a weekend spiritual cleansing retreat my co-worker recommended. Nothing helps. I'm afraid to fall asleep at night, knowing I'll wake up to that familiar rhythm above my head. I never wanted to move to upstate New York. The inheritance came out of nowhere. My grandfather Richard and I were never close. I'd only met him a handful of times throughout my childhood, and each visit was strained and uncomfortable. He was a strange old man who barely spoke and watched everyone with suspicious eyes. My dad rarely talked about him either. When I got the call from the lawyer saying I'd inherited my grandfather's house, I was 3 months behind on rent and had just lost my job. The timing seemed like a twisted blessing. I figured I could live in the house rent-free for a while, get back on my feet, maybe even sell the place if it was worth anything. The first time I saw the house, I nearly turned around and drove back to the city. It stood alone at the end of a long, winding driveway, surrounded by ancient oak trees that seemed to lean toward it. The Victorian architecture might have been beautiful once, but years of neglect had turned it into something from a horror movie. Peeling paint, shutters hanging at odd angles, overgrown gardens. I remember sitting in my car for almost 20 minutes, just staring at it, trying to convince myself to go inside. The smell hit me first when I unlocked the front door, musty, stale air that probably hadn't circulated in months. The lawyer had mentioned my grandfather died alone and wasn't found for nearly a week. I tried not to think about that as I walked through the rooms, floorboards creaking loudly with each step. The house was massive, 3 stories with at least 5 bedrooms, formal dining room, study, kitchen that hadn't been updated since the 70s, and what felt like a million dark corners. I chose the bedroom that seemed least depressing, one on the 2nd floor with windows facing east. I figured some morning sunlight might help make the place more bearable. That first night I slept with all the lights on, feeling ridiculous but unable to shake the sensation of being watched. The thumping started on my 3rd night there. At first, I thought it was just the house settling or branches hitting the roof, but around 2 in the morning I realized it had a pattern. Thump, 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 like something heavy being dragged across the floor above me. The attic floor. I got out of bed and stood in the hallway looking up at the ceiling. The sound continued, steady and deliberate. I followed it to where a narrow door in the hallway ceiling concealed a pull-down ladder to the attic. I considered going up there but couldn't bring myself to do it. Not at 2 in the morning, not alone. The next day I explored the town, hoping to distract myself. Hillbrook was tiny, basically a main street with a few shops, a diner and a library. People stared at me as I walked by. In the diner, the waitress asked if I was staying at the Palmer house, and her expression changed when I said I was Richard Palmer's grandson. "You're living there?" she asked, pouring my coffee with a slightly shaky hand. "For now," I replied, "just until I figure out what to do with the place." She nodded but didn't say anything else, just gave me a look that I couldn't quite interpret. Pity, maybe, or concern. That night the thumping was louder, more insistent. It woke me from a dead sleep around 3 in the morning. Thump, thump, thump. I buried my head under my pillow, but it only seemed to get louder. And then I heard something else, a scratching sound, like fingernails dragging along wood. It was coming from the attic door. I lay frozen in my bed, barely breathing, listening to that scratching. My rational mind told me it was probably mice or raccoons that had found their way into the attic, but the rhythm of it, deliberate, almost methodical, felt wrong for an animal. In the morning, I stood in the hallway staring up at that attic door for what felt like forever. I needed to know what was up there. I pulled down the ladder, wincing at the loud creak it made, and climbed up into the darkness. The attic was enormous, stretching the entire length of the house. Dust particles floated in the beams of light coming through small windows at either end. The space was packed with old furniture covered in sheets, stacks of boxes, trunks, and the kind of random junk that accumulates over decades. The air felt thick, hard to breathe, and significantly colder than the rest of the house. I walked slowly through the maze of forgotten items, trying to figure out what could have made those sounds. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. No evidence of animals or leaks or anything that would explain what I'd heard. And then I saw it, sitting alone in a cleared space in the center of the attic. An old wooden chest, maybe 4 feet long and 2 feet high. Dark wood with metal reinforcements at the corners, a heavy-looking latch on the front. Unlike everything else in the attic, it wasn't dusty. It looked clean, like someone had recently wiped it down. As I approached, the air around me seemed to grow even heavier. My steps slowed, not by choice, but like my body was fighting against moving forward. When I was about 3 feet away, I heard it, that same scratching sound from the night before, coming from inside the chest. Every instinct told me to turn around, to get out of that attic and maybe out of the house entirely. But I couldn't stop myself from reaching for the latch. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely lift it. The lid was heavy, and it made a low groaning sound as I pushed it open. Inside was nothing. Just a faded photograph lying at the bottom of an otherwise empty chest. I picked it up, confused and relieved, and somehow also terrified. It was a black and white photo, probably from the 1950s, showing an older couple standing in front of the house. My grandparents, I assumed, though I'd never seen a picture of my grandmother before. Standing between them was a small boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old, not my father, who would have been born years later. I turned the photograph over. Written on the back in faded ink were 6 words. "He watches from the attic, always." I dropped the photo back into the chest and slammed the lid shut. My heart was racing so fast I thought I might pass out. I practically fell down the ladder in my hurry to get out of the attic. I spent the rest of the day in town at the library, searching through old newspapers on microfiche. I needed to know who that boy was. I found what I was looking for in an issue from June of 1954, a small article about a missing child, Thomas Palmer, age 9, last seen playing in his family's yard. The article mentioned he was the son of Richard and Eleanor Palmer. My grandfather had a son, a brother my father never mentioned. The librarian caught me staring at the article. "You're Richard Palmer's grandson, aren't you?" she asked. When I nodded, she sighed. "I remember when little Thomas disappeared. Terrible thing. They never found him. Your grandfather was never the same after... Did they think he ran away, or..." I couldn't finish the question. "There were rumors," she said quietly. "Your grandfather had a temper, and that house. People always said there was something not right about that place, even before Thomas disappeared." That night I couldn't sleep. I kept the bedroom light on and stared at the ceiling, listening for sounds from the attic. Around midnight, they started. The dragging, thumping sound, louder than before, then the scratching. This time not just at the attic door, but at my bedroom door as well. I don't know what possessed me to go back up there. Fear and curiosity create a dangerous combination. I found myself climbing those creaky stairs again, flashlight in hand, heart threatening to burst from my chest. The attic looked different at night, shadows deeper, the air even colder. The chest sat where I'd left it, but the lid was already open. The photograph lay on the floor beside it. I picked it up, And that's when I noticed something I'd missed earlier. A face in one of the attic windows in the background of the photo. A child's face, watching the family from above. Movement in the far corner caught my eye. A shadow, darker than the others, seemed to shift and solidify. I raised my flashlight with a trembling hand. There was a boy standing there, or something that looked like a boy, Thomas. He had my grandfather's eyes, but they were hollow, empty. His mouth didn't move, but somehow I could feel what he wanted to tell me. He raised one hand and pointed to the chest. I approached it slowly, fighting against the urge to run. Inside, where before there had been nothing but the photograph, now lay a small journal bound in cracked leather. I reached for it, and the temperature in the attic dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. The journal belonged to my grandfather. Most of the entries were mundane, but then I found pages describing the boy's disobedience and necessary discipline. The last entry simply read, "It's done. He's in the walls now. Eleanor doesn't know. No one can know." I looked up from the journal to find Thomas standing right in front of me. His eyes were no longer empty but filled with a terrible sadness. He reached out as if to touch me, and I saw the bruises around his wrists. I ran, dropped the journal, dropped the flashlight, and just ran. Down the ladder, through the house, out to my car. I drove all night, stopping only for gas, putting as much distance as possible between myself and that house. I've been staying in this apartment for 3 months now. I left almost everything behind. Clothes, books, laptop. I couldn't bear to touch anything from that house. I found a new job, started therapy, tried to convince myself it was all stress and an overactive imagination. But the sounds follow me. Every night, that thumping above my head. Sometimes I think I see him in reflections, standing behind me, watching with those hollow eyes. Last week, I found a photograph on my kitchen table, the same one from the chest. I don't know how it got there. I burned it immediately. I can hear the thumping now as I'm writing this. It's getting louder. Something is scratching at my door. He watches, always. Story 6. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me back in December 2005. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 times, but I can't explain it. I just know what I experienced was real, even if nobody believes me. I was in Edinburgh for the Fringe Festival that winter. I'm an actor, not famous or anything, just a theater guy from Chicago who'd landed a decent role in an experimental play. The show wasn't groundbreaking, but it got solid reviews and gave me an excuse to spend time in Scotland, a place I'd always wanted to visit. When our run ended, most of the cast flew home, but I decided to stay on for a few weeks. There was something about Scotland that hooked me instantly. The stone buildings shrouded in mist, the way the streetlights glowed yellow in the early winter darkness, the ancient feeling that seemed to hang in the air. I'd never experienced anything like it back home. I'd been staying in a cheap hostel in Edinburgh, spending my days wandering the Royal Mile and exploring the closes and wynds that branch off like secret passages. But after 2 weeks in the city, I wanted to see more of the country. A girl at the hostel bar mentioned Glamis Castle, supposedly one of the most haunted places in Scotland. I wasn't particularly into ghost stories, but the history sounded interesting, so I decided to make a day trip. The plan was simple. Take a train to Dundee, then catch a bus to Glamis. I packed a small backpack with some snacks, my camera, and a paperback copy of The Shining that I'd picked up at a second-hand bookshop. I remember checking the weather before I left. They were predicting some rain, but nothing serious. I arrived at the station around 4 in the afternoon and bought my ticket to Dundee. The train was scheduled to leave from Waverley Station at 4:30, so I had time to grab a coffee. I remember checking the departure board and seeing my train listed, 16:30, Birdieland to Dundee. I'd never heard of Birdieland, but I figured it was just some smaller station. The train wasn't anything special, just a standard commuter train with blue fabric seats and fluorescent lighting. There weren't many passengers, maybe 15 or 20 scattered throughout my car. I found a window seat, settled in with my book, and watched Edinburgh slip away as we pulled out of the station. It was already getting dark outside, the kind of premature darkness that comes with Scottish winters. The landscape outside was a blur of muted greens and greys, punctuated by the occasional cluster of lights from small towns. I read for a while, but the gentle rocking of the train made me drowsy. I remember checking my watch. It was just after 5, before letting my head rest against the window and closing my eyes. I'm not sure how long I slept. It couldn't have been more than an hour. What woke me wasn't a sound or movement, but a smell, an awful musty stench like wet rot and something worse underneath. My first thought was that something had died in the ventilation system. When I opened my eyes, I couldn't process what I was seeing. The train had changed. The fluorescent lights were gone. Instead, the car was dimly lit by what looked like old-fashioned oil lamps mounted on the walls. The blue fabric seats had been replaced by worn leather benches. The windows were smaller, with thick wooden frames, and outside I could see nothing but darkness and driving rain. I sat up straight, my heart pounding. This wasn't my train. The modern commuter car had somehow been replaced by what looked like something from a museum, a Victorian-era carriage with dark wood paneling and brass fittings. But it wasn't just the train that had changed. The passengers were different too. Instead of the handful of commuters in jeans and jackets, the car was packed with people in old-fashioned clothing. Women in high-necked dresses with their hair piled up, men in suits with pocket watches and heavy coats. My first thought was that I'd somehow wandered onto a movie set or a historical reenactment, but everything was too real. The smell, the sound of the rain hammering against the roof, the creaking of the wooden carriage as it swayed. "Are you well, sir?" I nearly jumped out of my skin. A man had leaned forward from the seat across from me. He was maybe 50, with mutton chop sideburns and a high collar. He was looking at me with concern, but there was something else in his expression too, a nervousness that seemed out of proportion. "Where am I?" I asked. My voice sounded strange even to me, thin and reedy with panic. The man frowned. "Why, on the Edinburgh to Dundee Express, of course." He glanced out the window, then back to me. His fingers were working nervously at the chain of his pocket watch. "We'll be crossing the Tay Bridge shortly, God willing." "This isn't my train," I said, looking around wildly. "I was on a modern train. This is wrong." The other passengers were watching me now. Their faces were pale in the lamplight, and I noticed something that sent ice through my veins. They all looked afraid. Not of me, but of something else. Their eyes kept darting to the windows, though there was nothing to see but darkness. "I assure you, everything is in order," the man said, though his voice trembled slightly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. Bouche, son of Sir Thomas Bouche. I am returning to Dundee after business in Edinburgh." I didn't care who he was. I stood up, nearly hitting my head on the low ceiling of the carriage. "I need to get off this train." A woman across the aisle let out a small sob. Her husband, I assumed it was her husband, put his arm around her and whispered something in her ear. She was clutching a small child to her chest. The child was asleep, oblivious. "Please, sir, you're distressing the other passengers," Mr. Bouche said. "We're in the middle of the countryside, and in this weather." As if on cue, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene outside. For a split second, I could see we were traveling through open countryside, rain lashing across fields. The storm outside was ferocious, the wind howling around the carriage. "What's happening?" I demanded, my voice rising. "Is this some kind of joke?" Mr. Bouche looked genuinely confused. "I assure you, sir." Another flash of lightning, closer this time. The thunder that followed was deafening, and the carriage shook. Several passengers gasped. A woman started praying under her breath. That's when I noticed something else. Through the window I could see water. Not rain, but a vast expanse of dark water beneath us. We were crossing a bridge. "The Tay Bridge," someone whispered. "God help us." The train was slowing down. Through the windows I could make out the outline of a massive iron bridge structure. The wind was hitting us in vicious gusts, making the carriage sway alarmingly. I had to grab onto a seat to keep my balance. "It's not safe," a woman's voice cried out. "Captain Watson said the bridge isn't safe in this weather." Mr. Bush stood up. "Please, everyone remain calm. The bridge has stood for years. We'll be across in moments." But his reassurance rang hollow. The train had slowed to a crawl now, and the swaying was getting worse. Outside, the storm was reaching a fever pitch. Lightning was striking all around us, illuminating the massive drop to the water below. People were panicking now. A man near the front of the carriage was trying to force open the door. Others were clutching each other, some praying, some crying quietly. And then I saw something that still haunts my nightmares. A man across the aisle. He'd been sitting quietly with his wife and young daughter, suddenly stood up. He kissed his wife on the forehead, then his daughter. Then, without a word, he walked to the window, forced it open against the howling wind, and climbed out. I watched in horror as he disappeared into the blackness. His wife didn't scream or try to stop him. She just held her daughter tighter and closed her eyes. He wasn't the only one. As the train inched across the bridge, more passengers began to make the same terrible choice. Some went out windows, others forced open the doors at the ends of the carriage. They didn't jump frantically or in panic. There was a resigned deliberation to their actions, as if they knew what was coming and preferred to choose their own fate. "What are they doing?" I screamed at Mr. Bush, who was still standing, gripping the back of his seat as the carriage swayed. "Stop them." "They believe it's safer than what's coming," he said quietly, his face ashen. "The bridge is giving way." As if his words had summoned it, there was a horrible screeching sound from beneath us, the sound of metal twisting and tearing. The carriage lurched violently to one side. Several people lost their footing and fell. The lamps flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness broken only by flashes of lightning. "It's happening again," someone wailed in the darkness. "Just like before." I was thrown against the wall of the carriage as it tilted further. Through the window, I could see the bridge's structure beginning to collapse. Iron beams were twisting like paper in the wind, and then we were falling. The sensation is impossible to describe. It wasn't like a roller coaster, or even like jumping from a height. It was as if the world itself had suddenly lost its foundation. My stomach lurched into my throat. There was a chorus of screams, quickly drowned out by the roar of wind and the groaning of the failing bridge. We hit the water with an impact that knocked the breath from my lungs. Ice-cold water rushed in through broken windows and splintered wood. The carriage was filling rapidly, the weight of the engine dragging us down. I couldn't swim. As a kid, I'd had a near-drowning experience that left me with a lifelong fear of deep water. Now, as the dark waters of the Tay rose around me, that childhood terror came rushing back. I was paralyzed, clinging to a seat as the water rose past my waist, my chest, my neck. The last thing I remember is the water closing over my head, the burning sensation in my lungs as they filled with water, the absolute darkness as I sank deeper, weighed down by my clothes and my own inability to fight. And then I was gasping for breath, jerking upright in my seat on a brightly lit modern train carriage. People were staring at me. A middle-aged woman across the aisle had half risen from her seat, looking concerned. "Are you all right?" she asked. "You were making the most awful sounds." I couldn't speak. I was drenched in sweat, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I looked around frantically. Blue fabric seats, fluorescent lights, people in normal modern clothes. Outside the window, twilight was settling over the Scottish countryside. No storm. No bridge, just a nightmare, I managed to say, my voice shaking. "I'm fine." But I wasn't fine. As the train pulled into Dundee station 20 minutes later, I was still shaking. I gathered my things and stumbled off the train, half expecting to find myself back in that Victorian nightmare. When my feet hit the solid concrete of the platform, I nearly collapsed with relief. I cancelled my trip to Glamis Castle. Instead, I found myself wandering through Dundee in a daze, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had it just been an incredibly vivid dream, some kind of hallucination brought on by exhaustion? I ended up at the waterfront, staring out at the Tay River and the modern road bridge that spans it. That's when I saw the plaque. It was a simple memorial set into a stone wall overlooking the river. It commemorated the Tay Bridge disaster of December 28, 1879, when the original Tay Bridge collapsed during a violent storm, sending a passenger train plunging into the river. There were no survivors. December 28th, the same date I'd been traveling. A coincidence that made my blood run cold. As I stood there, a group of tourists approached, led by a local guide. I listened as he explained how the high winds had caused the central section of the bridge to collapse, just as the Edinburgh to Dundee train was crossing. He described how some passengers might have jumped from the train as it slowed on the failing bridge, preferring that fate to being trapped in the carriages as they sank. One detail struck me like a physical blow. Among the victims was a Mr. Henry Boosh, son of Sir Thomas Boosh, a prominent Dundee businessman. I don't remember much about my journey back to Edinburgh. I was in shock, trying to process what had happened. When I arrived at my hostel, the girl at the reception desk wrinkled her nose as I passed. "You might want to change your clothes," she said. "You smell like you fell in a swamp." In my room, I peeled off my jacket and realized she was right. My clothes reeked of that same musty, rotting smell from the train, like stagnant water and decay. When I emptied my pockets, I found something else, a brass button tarnished with age that didn't belong to anything I owned. I left Scotland the next day. I've never been back. I've spent years trying to understand what happened to me on that train. Was it some kind of temporal slip, a glimpse into the past, or just an incredibly detailed hallucination triggered by reading about the disaster somewhere and forgetting? But I know what I experienced. I felt the cold water fill my lungs. I heard the screams of the passengers. I smelled the decay that clung to my clothes afterward. And sometimes when it rains heavily at night, I still wake up gasping for breath, feeling like I'm drowning all over again. Story 7. I don't normally share this stuff online, but it's been almost 8 years and I still can't make sense of what happened. I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. Back in October of 2015, I was working as a police officer in Haddon, a tiny Midwestern town surrounded by nothing but cornfields and the occasional farmhouse. The kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and the most exciting calls usually involved drunk teenagers or someone's cow wandering onto the highway. It was a Thursday night and I was on patrol with my partner Mark. We were cruising the outskirts of town, mostly killing time until our shift ended at midnight. The radio had been quiet all evening until around 10:30 when dispatch called us. Unit 14. We have a report of a missing child at 4873 County Road 54. Mother reports 13-year-old daughter missing for approximately 3 hours. Please respond. I remember looking at Mark and seeing the immediate change in his expression. Missing kid calls are always the worst, especially in a small town like ours. "Copy that," I responded, flipping on the lights as Mark hit the gas. County Road 54 is this long, winding road that cuts through miles of cornfields before connecting to the highway. In October, those fields are at full height, creating these massive walls of corn on either side of the road. It was pitch black that night, with a heavy fog rolling in that made visibility absolute crap. We pulled up to the right farmhouse around 10:45. It was this old 2-story home that had definitely seen better days, sitting about 100 yards back from the road with cornfields pressing in on 3 sides. The porch light was on, and as soon as we parked, the front door flew open. Sarah Wright ran out to meet us before we even got out of the cruiser. I'd met her a few times before at community events. Single mom, worked at the local diner, kept to herself mostly. "Officer Bennett, thank God you're here," she said, her voice breaking. Her hair was a mess, and her eyes were red and puffy from crying. "It's Lily, my daughter. She's gone." I got her to take a deep breath and explain what happened. Sarah told us she'd gone to check on Lily around 7:30 that evening and found her bedroom empty. The window was open, which was strange considering it was pretty cold that night. "She would never just leave without telling me," Sarah insisted, wringing her hands. "And she's been acting different the past few days." "Different how?" Mark asked. Quiet, distracted. I'd catch her staring out at the cornfield behind the house. "Yesterday, I found her just standing at the edge of it at like 5 in the morning, barefoot in her pajamas. When I asked what she was doing, she said she heard someone calling her. My first thought was typical teenage rebellion, or maybe some boy from school she was sneaking out to meet. But something about the way Sarah described it made the hair on my neck stand up. We did a quick search of the house first. Lily's room was on the second floor, facing the back of the property. Nothing seemed out of place. Bed neatly made, school books stacked on her desk, clothes in the closet. The window was shut now. Sarah had closed it. But when I looked at the windowsill, I noticed something odd, a dirty handprint, not like regular dirt, but almost black soil with strange flecks of something red mixed in. Was Lily doing any gardening recently? I asked Sarah. No, why? I pointed to the handprint, and Sarah's face went pale. That wasn't there before, she whispered. I took a picture with my phone and then looked out the window. The cornfield stretched out into darkness, fog hanging low between the rows. From the second floor view, I could just make out what looked like a path where some of the corn had been pushed aside. Let's check outside, I said to Mark. We went downstairs and around to the back of the house. Sarah followed, clutching a cardigan around herself against the cold. I took out my flashlight and swept it across the ground near the house. Sure enough, there were footprints in the soft soil. Small ones, definitely could belong to a 13-year-old girl. They led straight into the cornfield. "Lily!" Sarah called out. "Lily!" No response, just the sound of the corn stalks rustling slightly. "Stay here, ma'am," I told her. "We'll follow these tracks and see where they lead. Call us if she comes back." Sarah nodded, tears streaming down her face. Mark and I followed the footprints into the field, our flashlights cutting narrow paths through the darkness. The corn was well over 6 feet tall, forming walls on either side of us. The fog made everything worse, limiting our visibility to maybe 10 feet ahead. The further in we went, the more disoriented I felt. The rows weren't perfectly straight, so the path twisted and turned. About 5 minutes in, Mark grabbed my arm. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I stopped and listened. At first there was nothing but the sound of our breathing. Then I heard it, a faint whispering sound coming from somewhere ahead of us. It wasn't clear enough to make out words, just a continuous, hushed murmur. "Could be the wind," I suggested, but we both knew there was no wind that night. The air was completely still. We pushed forward, following the footprints. That's when I noticed something else. Alongside the footprints, there were now marks in the soil, like something had been dragged. My stomach knotted up. The whispering got louder as we continued, but it still didn't sound like any language I recognized. It was more like the sound of dry leaves being crushed, or the static between radio stations, but somehow forming patterns. After what felt like forever, but was probably only another 10 minutes, the corn suddenly opened up into a small clearing, maybe 30 feet across, and in the center was a tree. Not a normal tree like you'd expect to find in a cornfield. This thing was massive, maybe 20 feet around at the base, with a trunk that twisted upward like a gnarled hand reaching for the sky. Its bark was blackish red, and it had no leaves despite being the middle of fall when it should have been full of autumn colors. And standing in front of this tree, with her back to us, was Lily. She was wearing a white nightgown that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. She was completely motionless, just staring at the tree. "Lily," I called out, keeping my voice calm. "Lily, it's Officer Bennett. Your mom is worried about you." She didn't respond, didn't move at all. Mark and I exchanged glances before slowly approaching her. Our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the clearing. The whispering had stopped the moment we'd entered. When we were about 10 feet away, Lily slowly turned around. I'll never forget what I saw. Her eyes were completely empty, not like she was zoned out or drugged, but literally empty, like looking into 2 black holes. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, with veins visible beneath the surface, but worst of all was the blood. Dark, almost black blood smeared across her hands and face in patterns that didn't look random at all. They looked deliberate, like some kind of symbol or language. And then she smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. Her mouth stretched too wide, showing too many teeth. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice layered like multiple people were speaking at once. Before either of us could react, she let out a scream that didn't sound human at all, high-pitched and guttural at the same time, echoing through the clearing in a way that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then she collapsed. I rushed forward and caught her before she hit the ground. She was ice-cold to the touch, and her pulse was weak and erratic. Mark called for an ambulance while I carried her back through the corn. It took us almost twice as long to find our way out as it had to get in, and the whole time, I swear I could feel something watching us from between the rows of corn. The EMTs arrived and rushed Lily to the county hospital. Sarah went with her in the ambulance, hysterical. Mark and I stayed behind to secure the scene and wait for backup. When the additional officers arrived, we tried to lead them back to the clearing with the tree, but we couldn't find it again. We wandered through the corn for hours, but it was like the clearing had disappeared. By morning, we'd combed through the entire field and found nothing but corn. No tree, no clearing, nothing. The blood on Lily's hands and face was tested, but it didn't match any known blood type, human or animal. It had properties the lab said they'd never seen before. Lily remained in a coma for weeks. The doctors couldn't explain her condition. No drugs in her system, no signs of trauma or injury. She eventually woke up but had no memory of what happened that night or the days leading up to it. The case officially went cold. I quit the force a year later, couldn't handle it anymore. The nightmares, the constant feeling of being watched whenever I drove past a cornfield. I still live in Haddon, but I take the long way around town to avoid County Road 54. Sometimes when the fog rolls in thick and heavy, I swear I can still hear those whispers carried on the wind from the edge of the cornfields, and I still wonder who they were and what Lily saw that night. I've never told anyone this part, but the night before I quit, I was driving home past the Wright farmhouse and caught a glimpse of Lily standing at the edge of the cornfield, just staring into it. When I slowed down to look again, she was gone. But for a split second, I could have sworn her eyes were completely black and her smile was just a little too wide. Story 8. I've never told this story publicly before. I've only shared bits and pieces with a few close friends who I trust won't think I'm completely mental. But I need to get this off my chest because, even though it happened 3 years ago, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I was in my second year at Trinity College in Dublin, studying computer science. Student housing is ridiculously expensive there, so, like many students, I ended up renting a digs, basically a room in someone's family home. The house was in Drumcondra, about a 30-minute walk from campus, an older semi-detached with 3 floors. I rented a room on the top floor. The landlady, Mrs. O'Neill, was probably in her 60s. A widow who lived with her 2 adult sons, Michael and Eowyn. Michael was around 30, worked nights at some factory, and I rarely saw him. Eowyn was maybe mid-20s and unemployed, spent most of his time in his room playing video games. They seemed normal enough. Mrs. O'Neill would sometimes leave out scones or brown bread for me in the morning, which was sound. My first semester there was completely uneventful. I went to classes, came home to study, occasionally went out with mates, the usual college life. Nothing weird happened, not even a creaky floorboard or anything that would make me think twice. But when I came back after Christmas break for the second semester, things started to feel off. It was subtle at first. I'd come home and swear I'd left my laptop on my desk, but it would be on my bed. Or I'd wake up feeling like someone had been in my room while I was sleeping. Not that anything was missing or moved, just this feeling of being watched. I brushed it off as stress from exams and projects. Then in early April, the first real incident happened. It was around 2 in the morning, and I got up to use the bathroom, which was at the end of the hall. The house was dead quiet. Mrs. O'Neill and her sons were all asleep. The only light was from my phone flashlight as I made my way down the corridor. After using the toilet, I was walking back to my room when it happened. The best way I can describe it is that a black fog descended around me. And I don't mean like some metaphorical thing. I mean I literally saw and felt a dark, swirling mist enveloping me. It wasn't smoke. There was no smell. and it moved in a way that seemed intentional. The weirdest part, I could physically swipe at it with my hands and see it move, like it was something solid but also not. My phone light barely penetrated it, creating this eerie, diffused glow that made it hard to see more than a foot in front of me. I felt disoriented immediately. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I started breathing fast, too fast, and felt a pressure on my chest like someone was sitting on it. I tried calling out, but my voice caught in my throat, coming out as just a pathetic whimper. The fog seemed to thicken around me, and I swear I felt something brush against my back. That's when real panic set in. I started thrashing my arms, trying to push through it, moving in what I thought was the direction of my room. It lasted maybe 30 to 45 seconds, but it felt like forever. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the fog dissipated, just gone, like someone had flipped a switch. When I could see clearly again, I realized I was standing at the top of the stairs, in the complete opposite direction from my room. One more step backwards, and I would have tumbled down the entire flight. I was shaking so badly I had to sit down right there on the top step. I convinced myself I must have had some kind of weird episode from sleep deprivation or stress. Maybe I'd been sleepwalking. I hadn't slept properly in days due to an upcoming project deadline. That had to be it. The next day, I didn't mention it to anyone. Mrs. O'Neill asked if I was feeling all right at breakfast because I looked peaky, but I just blamed it on studying too hard. I popped into the campus health center that afternoon, but my vitals were normal, and the doctor just advised me to get more sleep and cut back on caffeine. For the next week, I made sure to be in bed before midnight and left my desk lamp on while I slept. Nothing happened, and I started to relax a bit, thinking it had just been some weird one-off event. Then came the dream. My grandmother had passed away the year before. We were close. I'd spent most summers on her farm in Wicklow as a kid. In the dream, I was visiting her farmhouse, but it was the old version before they did renovations, when I was about 10. Every detail was exactly as I remembered. The faded floral wallpaper in the hallway, the specific creak of the third step on the stairs, even the smell of her homemade bread. In the dream, my grandmother welcomed me with a hug, sitting me down at her kitchen table. She looked healthy, younger than when she died, and was wearing her favorite blue cardigan. We were chatting away, and she was pouring tea from her old ceramic teapot with the crack on the handle. Then, mid-sentence, her face began to change. It started with her eyes. They widened unnaturally, the pupils expanding until there was nothing but blackness. Her mouth stretched into this impossible grin that literally went from ear to ear, and her skin started to sag and shift like it was melting. I tried to stand up, to run, but I couldn't move. That's when I looked down and saw that her feet weren't feet anymore. They were hooves, like a goat's hooves, dark and cloven, scraping against the linoleum floor. The thing that wasn't my grandmother anymore tilted its head at an impossible angle and let out this sound. Not a scream, not a laugh, but something in between. A high-pitched, shrieking cackle that felt like it was splitting my eardrums. I woke up sobbing, actually properly sobbing, something I hadn't done since I was a child. My pillow was soaked with tears and sweat, and my throat felt raw like I'd been screaming. It was 4 in the morning, and I sat up the rest of the night with all the lights on, afraid to close my eyes. The next day was Saturday, and I was a complete mess. I couldn't concentrate on anything. I kept seeing flashes of my grandmother's distorted face whenever I closed my eyes. I decided I needed to get out of the house, so I took the bus home to my parents' place in Swords for the weekend, claiming I needed to pick up some books I'd forgotten. My mum noticed something was off right away, but I played it down, saying I was just stressed about assignments. I didn't want to tell her about the dream. It felt like a violation of my grandmother's memory somehow. That night at my parents' house, I actually slept well for the first time in weeks. My childhood bedroom felt safe, familiar. I went to bed around 11 and fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up around 5 in the morning to a burning sensation on my leg. At first, I thought maybe I'd gotten tangled in the sheets wrong or something, but when I pulled back the covers, I saw it. a scratch mark on my inner thigh, maybe 7 or 8 inches long. It wasn't deep enough to bleed much, but it had definitely broken the skin and was red and inflamed. The scratch looked like it had been made by an animal, 3 parallel lines, slightly curved. But there were no pets in my room. My parents' cat wasn't even allowed upstairs because of my dad's allergies, and my own fingernails were short and blunt from my nervous habit of biting them. I took a photo of it with my phone, then went to the bathroom to clean it with antiseptic. The burning sensation continued all day, and by evening it had developed into an angry red welt that was hot to the touch. That was the final straw for me. I told my parents I couldn't go back to the Diggs house, making up some bullshit about a falling out with the landlady's son. My dad was pissed about the lost rent money, but my mum could tell something was seriously wrong and convinced him to let me stay at home and commute to college for the rest of the semester. I went back to the house just once, on a Monday afternoon when I knew everyone would be out, to pack up my things. The whole time I was there, I felt like I was being watched. The air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, and I swear the temperature dropped several degrees when I entered my room. I grabbed only what I needed, leaving furniture and some clothes behind. I was out of there in 20 minutes. I never told Mrs. O'Neill the real reason I left. I just texted her saying I had family issues and needed to move back home. She seemed surprised but didn't question it. I lost my deposit, but I didn't care. No amount of money was worth staying there another night. It's been 3 years, and I've never experienced anything like that again. The scratch on my leg left a faint scar that's still visible if you look closely. Sometimes I wonder if the house was haunted, or if there was something about the combination of that old building and my stressed mental state that triggered some kind of breakdown. What bothers me most is that I'll never know what really happened. Was it all in my head? Was there something supernatural going on? And why me? Why then? I've researched similar experiences online and found some accounts that sound similar to the Black Fog incident, but nothing that exactly matches what I went through. All I know for certain is that I'm never setting foot in that house again. And sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the shadows seem a bit too dark, a bit too solid, I still find myself holding my breath, waiting to see if the fog will return. Story 9. I've been sitting on this experience for months now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not typically the kind of person who believes in ghosts or anything paranormal. I'm pretty grounded, actually. I work in accounting, I like facts and figures, and I've always been skeptical about supernatural stuff. But what happened at my sister-in-law's house in Georgia this past summer completely threw me. It was late July, one of those sticky southern summer evenings where the air conditioning is working overtime. My husband and I were visiting his sister Amy in Savannah for a long weekend. We don't get down there often since we live up in Michigan, but Amy had just bought this beautiful old colonial-style house from the 1920s and was eager to show it off. The first day was completely normal, typical family visit stuff. We had a barbecue in the backyard, played with her dogs, and caught up on family gossip. Her husband Greg was away on a business trip, so it was just the 3 of us. Nothing weird happened that first evening, and I slept like a rock in their guest bedroom. The next day, Amy had to run into her office for a few hours to deal with some work emergency, leaving me and my husband to hang out at the house. Around noon, my husband decided to take Amy's dogs for a walk around the neighborhood while I stayed behind. I was enjoying the quiet, just sitting in Amy's living room scrolling through my phone, when I started feeling, I don't know how to describe it exactly, like when you think someone is staring at you. I was sitting on this big plush sectional sofa that faced the dining room. Between the living room and dining room was this wide archway. No door, just an open passage between the 2 spaces. The dining room had these tall windows with glass door panels that led out to the side yard, and the afternoon sun was streaming in, making patterns on the hardwood floor. I kept feeling like something in the dining room was catching my attention. You know that feeling when movement flickers in your peripheral vision. It was like that, except whenever I'd look up from my phone, nothing would be there. This happened maybe 3 or 4 times over the span of 15 minutes, and I kept dismissing it. thinking it might be a tree branch shadow or maybe one of Amy's cats walking around, though I hadn't seen the cats all day. But then it happened. I glanced up from my phone for the 5th time, annoyed at whatever kept drawing my attention, and I saw it clearly. Against the far wall of the dining room was this large, dark shadow, not just a blob of darkness, but a distinctly human-shaped shadow with arms and legs. It was massive, maybe 7 feet tall, and it seemed to be standing there, just standing against the wall. My first thought was that it must be someone outside casting a shadow through the glass panels, but the shadow was too defined, too solid-looking. And the sun was coming from the wrong angle to create a shadow like that on that particular wall. I froze completely, my phone forgotten in my hand. I think I stopped breathing for a few seconds. The shadow figure stood perfectly still for maybe 3 seconds while I stared at it. Then it moved. Not like a normal shadow that shifts when its source moves. This thing deliberately moved across the dining room wall toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms. It moved smoothly, but quickly, like someone walking with purpose. I wish I could say I was brave enough to jump up and investigate immediately, but honestly, I couldn't move. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I just sat there, staring at the now empty dining room wall, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Was I falling asleep and dreaming? Had I been staring at my phone too long and my eyes were playing tricks? After what felt like forever, but was probably only 20 seconds, I managed to stand up on shaky legs. I walked cautiously to the dining room, telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe it was a weird reflection or something. I went straight to the glass door panels and looked outside. The side yard was completely empty. No people, no large animals, nothing that could have cast that shadow. The trees were too far from the house to create a shadow on that wall, and they weren't moving much anyway in the still summer air. I checked the entire dining room, looking for anything that could explain what I'd seen. Nothing, just a normal sun-filled room with a large oak table and chairs. I even looked under the table, feeling ridiculous as I did so. Then I moved toward the hallway where the shadow had seemed to go. This was a long hallway with 3 doors. One to the guest bathroom, one to the guest bedroom where my husband and I were staying, and one to Amy's master bedroom at the end. All the doors were open, and from where I stood, I could see that all the rooms appeared empty. I didn't want to freak out Amy by telling her I was seeing shadow people in her new house, so I decided to keep it to myself for the time being. Maybe I was just tired from traveling. Maybe it was nothing. I walked back to the living room, but I couldn't relax anymore. I kept glancing toward the dining room every few seconds, half expecting to see the shadow figure return. About 10 minutes later, while I was still sitting there feeling unsettled, I heard a loud metallic clang from down the hallway. It sounded like it came from Amy's bedroom at the end. Now, I'm not proud of this, but my first instinct was to text my husband to ask when he'd be back. I needed someone else in that house with me. He replied that he was about 15 minutes away. I sat there debating what to do. The rational part of my brain said that the noise was probably just one of the cats knocking something over. The other part of me, the part that had just seen a 7-foot shadow person, was screaming at me to get out of the house. In the end, curiosity won out over fear. I needed to know what had made that sound. I walked down the hallway slowly, listening for any other noises. The house was completely silent, except for the soft hum of the air conditioning. When I reached Amy's bedroom door, I hesitated before stepping inside. The room was bright with sunlight coming through the windows, which made me feel slightly better. Nothing seemed out of place at first glance. The bed was made. Everything looked normal. Then I noticed a metal water bottle lying on the floor next to a small bench at the foot of the bed. I remembered seeing Amy place that bottle on the bench earlier that morning before she left for work. She'd filled it with ice water and had been drinking from it while getting ready. The bench was solid, not wobbly, and the bottle had been placed in the center, not close to the edge. There was no way that bottle should have fallen by itself. There were no cats in the room, no windows were open, no fans were on, nothing that could have caused the bottle to roll off the bench. I picked up the bottle. It was still cold and about half full of water. As I set it back on the bench, I noticed that my hands were shaking. I felt a coldness that had nothing to do with the air conditioning or the water bottle. It was like all the warmth had been sucked out of that spot where I was standing. I backed out of the bedroom quickly and went straight back to the living room. I didn't run, but I walked faster than normal, feeling like something was watching me the whole time. Back in the living room, I positioned myself so I could see both the dining room and the hallway entrance at the same time. When my husband finally came back with the dogs about 15 minutes later, I was so relieved, I almost cried. I didn't tell him what happened right away. I wasn't sure what to say that wouldn't sound completely crazy. "Hey honey, I saw a shadow person and then a water bottle mysteriously fell." Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue in casual conversation. That night, after Amy came home and we all had dinner together, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When we went to bed in the guest room, I told my husband I wanted to sleep with a light on. He thought it was weird since I usually prefer total darkness for sleeping, but he didn't question it too much. I didn't have a nightlight, so I downloaded a flashlight app on my phone and set it on the nightstand, pointing at the ceiling to create a soft glow in the room. I barely slept that night. Every little creak of the house settling made me tense up. I kept staring at the doorway, half expecting to see that tall shadow figure standing there. Nothing happened though. No more shadows, no more mysteriously falling objects. The next day I was exhausted but tried to act normal. We spent most of the day out sightseeing in Savannah, which was a relief because I didn't want to be in that house anymore. When we returned in the evening, I was on high alert, watching the dining room wall whenever I was in the living room, but nothing unusual happened. That second night, I used my phone flashlight app again. This time I slept a little better, but I still woke up multiple times during the night, checking the doorway and corners of the room. We left the following morning to drive back to Michigan. I still hadn't told anyone what I'd seen. Part of me wanted to warn Amy, but what would I say? I had no proof. Just a creepy experience that sounded like something from a bad horror movie. It's been 4 months since that visit, and I still think about that shadow figure almost daily. I've called Amy a few times, casually asking if she's noticed anything strange in the house, but she always says no. Maybe it was just a one-time thing. Maybe it was only visible to me for some reason. Or maybe, and this is what I try to convince myself of on my more rational days, it was all just a weird combination of light and shadow and an overactive imagination. But then I remember how deliberately that shadow moved across the wall, how solid and defined it looked, how the water bottle fell when nothing should have caused it to fall. And I know deep down that what I saw that afternoon in Georgia was real. I still haven't told my husband or anyone else. This is actually the first time I'm writing it down. I'm not sure what to make of it, but I know one thing for certain. I'm not eager to visit Amy's house again anytime soon. Story 10. I can't explain what happened that night out on Route 66 in New Mexico. I've been driving truck for 15 years, seen just about everything the road can throw at a man, but December 7th last year changed everything I thought I knew about this world. I'm still driving, still making my living behind the wheel, but I don't take that stretch of highway anymore. No amount of money could get me back there. It was around 11 at night, clear and cold as hell, the kind of desert cold that cuts right through your clothes. I was hauling electronics from Riverside to Dallas, a route I'd done maybe 100 times before. Traffic had been light all evening, which was nice, just me, my podcasts, and the endless ribbon of asphalt stretching out under my high beams. I just passed through Gallup about an hour before, and there's this long, empty stretch that follows. You know the kind, where your mind starts to wander because there's nothing to focus on except the yellow line and the occasional reflector. The moon was nearly full that night, lighting up the desert landscape in this eerie blue glow. Not another car in sight in either direction. Then I spotted something ahead, taillights, dim ones, flickering like they were running on a bad connection. I eased off the gas a bit, thinking maybe it was someone having trouble. Out here, you help when you can. Unwritten rule of the road. As I got closer, I could see it was another semi just sitting there in the right lane. No hazards on, no movement. That's not normal procedure. If you break down, first thing you do is put on your flashers, set up reflectors. This rig was just sitting there, like someone had just stopped and walked away. I slowed down more, put on my own hazards, and pulled up behind it, leaving enough space between us. I radioed to see if the driver was listening. Nothing, just static. When I got out of my cab, the first thing that hit me was the silence. If you've never been in the desert at night, it's hard to describe how quiet it gets. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the cooling tick of my engine and the soft whistle of wind across the empty land. I grabbed my flashlight and approached the truck. It was ancient, not vintage or classic, but worn down in a way that didn't make sense. The paint was peeling, showing layers of rust underneath. The tires looked weathered, but somehow still intact. And there was this logo on the door, Caldwell and Sons Freight, faded almost to nothing. I've been in this business long enough to know most of the carriers, but I'd never heard of Caldwell. The truck model itself was odd too. Looked like something from the 70s, but with details that didn't quite match up, like it was cobbled together from different eras. The windows were grimy, coated in a layer of dust that shouldn't accumulate during active driving. I shined my light inside the cab and saw someone slumped over the wheel. My first thought was heart attack, or that the driver had fallen asleep, though why the truck would just stop in the lane instead of drifting off the road, I couldn't figure. I tapped on the window. No response. That's when I noticed something else strange. No condensation on the windows. It was below freezing outside, but there was no fog from someone breathing inside. Still, I could see the figure's shoulders rising and falling slightly. They were alive at least. I tried the door handle, half expecting it to be locked, but it swung open with a creak that sounded impossibly loud in the quiet night. The smell that came out, Jesus, like opening a basement that had been sealed for decades. Musty, stale, with something underneath I couldn't identify. Not quite decay, but old. Incredibly old. "Hey, buddy," I called out. "You all right?" Nothing. I climbed up on the running board and put my hand on his shoulder to shake him gently. The moment I touched him, I knew something was wrong. His jacket felt brittle, like it might crumble under my fingers, and despite the cab being enclosed, he was ice cold. Not just cool, I mean cold like something that's been in a freezer. Yet I could see his back expanding slightly with shallow breaths. He started to move then, slowly turning toward me, and I remember having this overwhelming urge to back away, to get back in my truck and drive off. I wish to God I had. His face. I still see it when I close my eyes. His skin was pulled tight across his skull, gray and mottled with dark patches. His lips were cracked and black at the edges, but his eyes, they were alert, aware, filled with a desperate kind of recognition when they found mine. They were the only part of him that looked alive. His mouth opened, and I could hear the dry click of his tongue before he spoke. "Help me," he whispered. His voice sounded like boots on gravel, scraping and distant. "I'm lost." I didn't know what to say. What do you say to someone who looks like they should be in a hospital or a morgue? I reached for my phone, thinking I'd call for help, though I knew we were at least 40 miles from the nearest emergency services. "I'm going to call an ambulance," I told him. "Just hang on." That's when his hand shot out and gripped my wrist. His fingers were like ice, but the strength in them was unbelievable. I couldn't pull away. "No time," he rasped. "Been driving. Too long." "How long?" I asked, not sure why that was the question that came out. His eyes seemed to look through me then, focusing on something very far away. "Since 1973, he said. That hit me like a physical blow, the way he said it. Matter of fact, hollow. Made my skin crawl. I looked around the cab, really taking it in for the first time. The dashboard was ancient, with an old AM radio and gauges that hadn't been standard for decades. There was a thermos in a holder, a paper map folded on the passenger seat, yellowed with age. A photo was stuck in the visor, faded color, showing a woman with a 70s haircut and two young boys. "Your family?" I asked, nodding toward the picture, trying to keep him talking while I figured out what to do. He followed my gaze and something happened to his face, a spasm of pure anguish that was more human than anything I'd seen from him yet. "They're waiting," he whispered. "Been waiting all this time." Then he slumped forward again, his grip on my wrist releasing. I stumbled back, nearly falling out of the cab. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it, and my breath made clouds in the cold air that his didn't. I stood there, half in and half out of his truck, when I caught something in the side mirror. Headlights approaching fast from behind. I felt a surge of relief. Another driver, someone to help me figure this out. But the relief died quickly. The headlights were moving way too fast, and something about their height and spacing looked familiar. With a shock, I realized they were the same lights I'd seen earlier, before I found this truck. Lights that had disappeared from my rear view without explanation. I jumped down from the cab just as the approaching vehicle swerved into the left lane. It was another semi, identical to the one I'd stopped for, right down to the faded Caldwell logo. It blew past at what must have been over 100 miles per hour, rocking my truck with its passage. And in the second that its cab passed me, I saw the driver, the same sunken face, the same desperate eyes, staring straight ahead at the empty road. I ran back to my truck without even closing the door of the Caldwell rig. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I kept looking in my mirrors, expecting to see those headlights bearing down on me again. When I finally got my truck started, I pulled around the abandoned vehicle and floored it. I kept the pedal down until I hit the next town, a little place called Grants, where I pulled into a truck stop and sat in my cab with all the lights on until dawn. In the morning, I called the state police and reported an abandoned vehicle on the highway. I didn't mention the driver or what he'd said, just that there was a truck blocking the lane. The dispatcher took my information and thanked me. 2 days later, I got a call back from a trooper. They'd sent a patrol car but found nothing on that stretch of highway. No abandoned truck, no sign that anything had been there. I've looked up Caldwell and Sons Freight 100 times since then. There's nothing. No record of the company ever existing. I've asked other drivers, some who've been on the road since the 70s themselves. No one's heard of it. But here's the thing that really keeps me up at night. When I got home after that run, I researched highway accidents in New Mexico from the 70s. I found a small article from December 1973 about a trucker who disappeared on that exact stretch of Route 66. Carl Caldwell, owner-operator of a small family freight business, last seen leaving Gallup on December 7th, bound for Amarillo. The search was called off after 3 weeks. His truck was never found. I don't know what I encountered that night. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. But sometimes when I'm driving at night, I catch myself scanning the horizon for those flickering taillights. And I wonder if Carl Caldwell is still out there, trapped in some kind of loop, trying to make his way home. All I know is that I'll never drive that stretch of New Mexico highway again. And if you're a trucker reading this, my advice is simple. If you're on Route 66 on a cold December night and see an old rig with flickering taillights, just keep driving. Whatever help it needs, you can't provide. Story 11. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer when I was 15. It's been almost 12 years, and I've never told this story outside my immediate family, because honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. My family had moved to this cookie-cutter suburban neighborhood in Northern Virginia when I was 14. My parents were trying to make friends with the neighbors, and that's how I met Alex. His parents had invited mine over for a barbecue, and they basically told us to go play like we were still little kids. It was awkward at first. I mean, forced friendship rarely works out, but we actually clicked over video games and music. The weird thing I noticed right away was that Alex always wanted to hang out at my house. I just figured his place was smaller or something, but whenever I suggested we go to his house to play games, he'd come up with some excuse. His mom was cleaning, his dad was having work friends over, the internet was down, whatever. This went on for almost a year until that day in July when everything changed. I had just gotten Resident Evil 4 for my PlayStation 2. If you played games back then, you know what a big deal this was. I called Alex immediately and we planned to pull an all-nighter playing it at my place. But my mom had other plans. She was hosting some book club thing and basically kicked us out for the day. "Why don't you boys go to Alex's house for once?" she said, not realizing what she was setting in motion. I could see Alex tense up, but he nodded reluctantly. "Yeah, I guess we could do that." The walk to his house was quiet, not our usual joking around. His house looked normal enough from the outside. 2-story, colonial, decent yard, nothing special. But when we got to the front door, he hesitated. "Look, there's something I need to tell you," he said, not meeting my eyes. "My house, it's weird." I laughed. "Dude, everyone thinks their house is weird." "No, like, weird. He took a deep breath. "I think it's haunted. I thought he was messing with me, setting up some prank before we played a horror game." "Sure, man, whatever you say." "I'm serious," he said, and the look on his face made my smile fade. "That's why I never invite anyone over. My dad doesn't believe me, and he refuses to move because we're in this rent-to-own contract thing. But something's not right here." He opened the door and we went inside. The main floor looked completely normal. Dated furniture, family photos on the walls, the smell of someone's attempt at lasagna lingering in the air. His dad was at work and his mom was visiting his grandmother in Baltimore for the weekend. "I live in the basement," he explained, leading me to a door off the kitchen. "It's like a mother-in-law apartment down there. My own bathroom, mini kitchen, everything. My parents renovated it before all the weird stuff started happening." The stairs creaked as we descended. The temperature dropped noticeably, but that's normal for basements, right? When we reached the bottom, I saw what he meant by a separate apartment. There was a small living area with a couch and TV, a bedroom visible through an open door, a tiny bathroom, and a kitchenette against one wall. It was actually pretty cool, like a teenager's dream setup. But something felt off. I couldn't place it, but the air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm. Alex set his backpack down and pointed to a door next to the kitchenette. "That's the pantry. See that little window in the door?" I nodded. It was a small square window, maybe 8 by 8 inches, set at eye level in the wooden door. "Sometimes," he said, his voice dropping, "I see something move past it." "Like what?" I asked, my throat suddenly dry. "Like a cloud, but it moves on its own, and the pantry has no windows to the outside, no light source. It should be pitch black in there when the door's closed." I walked over to the pantry door and opened it. Inside were just shelves with canned food, cereals, and snacks. No windows, no other doors, nothing unusual. I closed it again and looked at the little window. From this angle, it was just darkness beyond the glass. "Maybe it's a reflection," I suggested, trying to sound rational. "That's what my dad says, but I've tested it. There's nothing that could be reflecting." Alex sat on the couch and picked up the game I'd brought. "Anyway, that's why I freaked when you showed me this. The last thing I need is to play a horror game in this place." I felt bad for him. Whether it was real or just his imagination, he genuinely believed something was in his house. "We can go back to my place if you want." He shook his head. "Nah, we're here now. Let's just play something else." He pulled out Mario Kart from a drawer. We played for about an hour, but I could tell he was distracted, constantly glancing at that pantry door. Eventually, I paused the game. "Look, if there's really something in there, why don't we just, I don't know, confront it?" Alex stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "Are you serious?" I wasn't, not really, but something about his fear made me want to prove there was nothing to be afraid of. "Yeah. What's the worst that could happen? If ghosts were dangerous, we'd hear about ghost murders all the time, right?" He didn't laugh. "Come on," I said, standing up. "Let's just yell at it or something. If nothing happens, then maybe it'll help you feel better about being down here." Reluctantly, he stood up too. We positioned ourselves about 10 feet from the pantry door, side by side in the kitchenette area. "What do we say?" he whispered. I felt stupid, but I was committed now. "Hey, ghost!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the basement. "If you're in there, show yourself." Nothing happened. Alex shifted uncomfortably beside me. "This is dumb." "No, come on. You try." I nudged him. He took a deep breath. "If there's something in the pantry, we're not afraid of you. Show yourself." We stood there for maybe 30 seconds in complete silence. I was about to suggest we go back to our game when it happened. Something white, not transparent, not see-through, but a solid bright white, moved quickly across the pantry window. It wasn't a reflection or a shadow. It was like someone had taken a bright white sheet and rapidly dragged it past the window, except there couldn't possibly have been anyone in there. The pantry was tiny, with no other exit. My blood turned to ice. Alex gasped beside me. "Did you?" I started. "Yes," he cut me off, his voice barely audible. We stood frozen for a second, staring at the window, which now showed only darkness again. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, we both bolted for the stairs at the same time. I don't think I've ever moved that fast in my life. I was taking the stairs 3 at a time, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. Behind me, Alex was scrambling just as frantically. Halfway up, I realized one of my sandals had fallen off. I stopped, which was the stupidest thing I could have done, and reached back down with my eyes squeezed shut, feeling around until my fingers touched the rubber sole. I grabbed it and continued my frenzied ascent. We burst through the door at the top of the stairs and slammed it shut. We were both breathing so hard I thought I might pass out. Just as we started to back away, there was a loud slam from downstairs, like someone had forcefully shut a door. That was it. We were out of there. We tore through the kitchen and out the front door, not even bothering to close it behind us. We ran all the way to the end of the driveway when Alex's dad pulled up in his truck. He rolled down the window, looking confused. "What's going on? Why are you boys running?" We both started talking at once, our words tumbling over each other. I was still clutching my sandal, too terrified to even put it back on. "Slow down," his dad said, parking and getting out. "One at a time." Alex went first, explaining what we'd seen. His dad's face changed from concern to disappointment. "Not this ghost nonsense again," he sighed. "Alex, we've talked about this. There's nothing." "I saw it too," I interrupted. "We both saw exactly the same thing at the exact same time, and then we heard a door slam when we were already upstairs." His dad looked at me skeptically, then back at Alex. "What exactly did you see?" We described it separately, and our descriptions matched perfectly. The bright white shape moving quickly across the window, the timing, everything. Something changed in his dad's expression. For the first time, I think he was actually considering the possibility that his son wasn't making things up. "Stay here," he said, and walked into the house. We waited by his truck, not speaking, both still trying to process what had happened. 5 minutes later, his dad came back out. His face was pale. "The pantry door is wide open," he said quietly. "I know I closed it this morning after getting cereal. That night I stayed at my house alone. Alex and his dad went to a hotel. Within a month, they had broken their contract somehow and moved to a different neighborhood across town. His dad never talked about what he might have experienced in that basement, but he never questioned Alex's claims again. Alex changed after that day. He was quieter, more serious. We stayed friends through high school, but he was never the same carefree kid I'd first met. He refused to play horror games or watch scary movies, and he developed this habit of always checking behind doors before fully entering a room. I've tried to rationalize what we saw. Maybe it was some weird light effect. Maybe someone was playing a prank on us. But deep down, I know better. Two people don't hallucinate the exact same thing at the exact same time, and nothing explains that slamming door. I drive past that house sometimes, just out of morbid curiosity. New people live there now. I've thought about stopping and warning them, but what would I say? "Hey, check your basement pantry for ghosts?" They'd think I was crazy, but sometimes I wonder about them, especially at night. I wonder if they've seen anything move past that little window in the dark. I wonder if they hear things when they're alone in the house. And I wonder if whatever was in that pantry is still there, waiting for someone else to challenge it to show itself. Story 12. I've been a trucker for just over 10 years now. It's a good job if you don't mind the solitude and long hours. I've hauled everything from furniture to electronics across 48 states, seen sunrises over mountains and sunsets across deserts. But what happened to me last month on a routine Chicago to Indianapolis run has made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. I still get cold sweats thinking about it. Even typing this out has my hands shaking. I need to share this with someone because I can't keep it bottled up anymore, and my wife already thinks I need therapy after I woke up screaming 3 nights in a row. It was a Thursday evening in late October. The weather had been unseasonably warm, one of those Indian summer nights where you can still drive with the windows cracked. I'd loaded up in Chicago around 4 in the afternoon and was making good time heading southeast. The plan was to drive straight through, make my delivery by early morning, then grab some sleep at a truck stop before heading back. Around 9:30 that night, I hit the stretch of highway that locals call Dead Man's Curve. It's this nasty section of road about 70 miles outside Indianapolis, where the highway takes a sharp bend through some dense woods. I'd driven it plenty of times before, but always during daylight hours. At night, it was different. I'd heard stories from other drivers at truck stops, tales of phantom hitchhikers, mysterious lights in the woods, and trucks that went off the road for no reason. 3 fatal accidents had happened there in the past 5 years. Most drivers I knew avoided it after dark if they could, taking longer alternate routes instead. But I was already behind schedule because of loading delays in Chicago, and I wasn't about to add another hour to my trip because of some campfire stories. As I approached the curve, my truck's headlights swept across the tree line. The forest seemed darker than it should have been, like it was swallowing the light. My radio, which had been playing some country station, started to fade in and out with static. I reached over to adjust it when I saw her. Standing at the edge of the road was a woman in a white dress. She wasn't moving, wasn't trying to flag me down, just standing there, staring in my direction. My headlights illuminated her clearly. Long, tangled, dark hair, bare feet, and that plain white dress that looked too thin for the cooling night air. Something about her posture seemed off, like she was slightly tilted. Every instinct told me to keep driving. In this job, you learn to be careful about picking up strangers, especially in the middle of nowhere at night. But then I thought, what if she was in trouble? What if her car had broken down and her phone was dead? I couldn't just leave someone stranded out here, miles from the nearest town. I slowed the rig and pulled onto the shoulder about 20 yards ahead of her. Through my side mirror, I watched her slowly walk toward my truck. She didn't move like someone who was hurt or in distress. Her gait was steady, but somehow mechanical, like each step was carefully considered. When she reached my passenger door, I rolled down the window instead of opening it right away. "You okay, ma'am? Need some help?" I called out. When she looked up at me, I felt my stomach tighten. Her face was pale, too pale, and her eyes seemed hollow, like she hadn't slept in days. "I'm lost," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm trying to get home." "Where's home?" I asked, already reaching for my GPS. She paused for a long moment. "Not far from here, I can't find my way in the dark." Against my better judgment, I unlocked the door. "I can give you a ride to the next town if that helps." She climbed in, movements stiff like her joints hurt. The moment she settled into the passenger seat, the temperature in the cab dropped drastically. I'm not talking about a slight chill. I mean, it got so cold I could see my breath. This made no sense. It had been around 65 degrees outside, and my heater was running. "Thank you," she said, not seeming to notice the cold. "I've been wandering for so long." I pulled back onto the highway, trying to ignore how my skin was prickling. "So where exactly am I taking you? What's the address?" "Just keep driving," she murmured. "I'll recognize it when we get closer. I've been trying to find my way back for so long now." The way she said it made my neck hairs stand up. I glanced over at her. She was staring straight ahead, hands folded in her lap. Up close, I noticed her dress had what looked like dirt stains around the hem. We drove in uncomfortable silence for about 10 minutes. The radio, which had been nothing but static, suddenly cleared up. A man's voice came through clearly. "You shouldn't be driving alone out here." "It's not safe." It wasn't a song or a commercial, just that one sentence clear as day, then back to static. I looked at the woman. "Did you hear that?" She didn't answer my question. Instead, she pointed ahead. "Turn right at the next crossing." There was no crossing marked on my GPS, but sure enough, about half a mile later, a narrow dirt road appeared, cutting into the forest. Every professional instinct screamed at me not to turn. My 18-wheeler wasn't meant for unpaved back roads, and I had a schedule to keep. "Look, I can't take the rig down there. How about I drop you at the next gas station? You can call someone." "Please," she interrupted, her voice suddenly desperate. "I'm so close to home, I can feel it. Just a little further." Against all logic and training, I found myself slowing down and making the turn. The dirt road was barely wide enough for my truck, with branches scraping against both sides as we crept forward. My headlights cut through darkness so thick it felt solid. After about a quarter mile of slow, careful driving, we emerged into a small clearing. In the center stood a cabin, or what was left of one. The roof had partially collapsed, windows were broken, and the porch sagged at an alarming angle. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for decades. "This is it," she whispered, a strange note of both relief and dread in her voice. "This is home." I stopped the truck, engine idling. "Ma'am, this place looks abandoned. Are you sure?" "Thank you for bringing me back," she said, cutting me off as she reached for the door handle. "I've been trying to return for so long." She stepped out of the cab, and I watched her through the passenger window as she walked toward the decrepit cabin. Something about her movement had changed. She seemed lighter somehow, almost gliding across the overgrown yard. That's when everything went to hell. The cabin door, which had been hanging crooked on its hinges, suddenly swung open with violent force. The woman stopped in her tracks. When she turned back toward my truck, her face had changed. Her eyes were now completely black, and her mouth was stretched into an unnatural grimace. "You shouldn't have come here," she screamed, her voice no longer human. It sounded like multiple voices layered on top of each other, echoing through the clearing. From the tree line behind her, dark shapes began to emerge. They weren't quite solid, more like patches of deeper darkness that moved with purpose. They surrounded the woman, circling her like predators. "Leave!" she shrieked, still facing me. "Leave now!" I didn't need to be told twice. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely shift gears, but I managed to throw the truck into reverse. The tires spun on the dirt before catching, and I backed up faster than was safe, branches snapping against the sides of my rig. As I maneuvered the truck around to head back to the highway, I caught one last glimpse of the clearing in my headlights. The woman was on her knees now, the shadowy figures closing in around her. Her face was a mask of terror as she mouthed something I couldn't hear over the engine. I drove back to the highway like the devil himself was chasing me, not slowing down until I was miles away from Dead Man's Curve. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought I might have a heart attack right there in my cab. The radio remained silent the rest of my trip, and the temperature gradually returned to normal. I completed my delivery in Indianapolis on autopilot, my mind replaying the events over and over. I told myself it was exhaustion, maybe even a hallucination from too many hours on the road. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. A week later, I found myself assigned to the same route. I tried to swap with another driver, but dispatch wouldn't budge. As night fell and I approached Dead Man's Curve again, my knuckles were white on the steering wheel. The road was empty this time. No woman in a white dress standing on the shoulder. I started to breathe easier as I navigated the bend, thinking maybe I'd get through without incident. That's when I heard it, not through the radio, but directly in my ear, as if someone was sitting right next to me in the cab. "Help me, please." Her voice, clear as day. I hit the gas hard, pushing my speed well above what was safe for that curve. In my mirror, for just a split second, I thought I saw her standing in the middle of the road, her hollow eyes following my truck until I was out of sight. I've requested different routes since then, but I know eventually dispatch will send me back that way. The thought keeps me up at night. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back voluntarily, try to help her somehow. But then I remember those shadows emerging from the trees and the look on her face when she screamed at me to leave. I've been driving these roads for a decade, but now I understand why the old-timers talk about certain stretches of highway with hushed respect. There are places where the boundary between our world and something else wears thin, especially at night. Dead Man's Curve is one of those places, and she's still there, caught between worlds, trying to get home. I don't know what happened to that woman, or if she was even human by the time I met her. All I know is that I'll never stop at night for a hitchhiker again, especially one in a white dress standing at the edge of the darkness. And if you're driving that stretch of road after sunset and see her, don't stop, don't slow down. Whatever she once was, she's something else now, and she's not alone out there. Story 13. I've never told this story before. Not the full version anyway. I've tried explaining it to a few people over beers, but I always stop halfway through when I see that look in their eyes. You know the one, that this guy's either lying or crazy look. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened about 7 years ago. I was driving from Dallas to Phoenix for work. I guess I was, one of those people who actually enjoys long drives. There's something peaceful about being alone on the open road, especially at night when there's less traffic and you can just focus on the rhythm of the road. I always preferred night driving. The isolation never bothered me before. Actually, I used to seek it out. That night I left Dallas around 8 in the evening, planning to drive through the night and reach Roswell, New Mexico by morning before continuing on to Phoenix the next day. I had my thermos of coffee, a playlist of podcasts, and was settled in for the long haul on Highway 87. The first few hours were completely normal. Traffic thinned out as I got further from Dallas, just the occasional truck or car passing by. Around midnight, I was deep into West Texas, that vast emptiness where you can drive for an hour and not see another soul. The moon was almost full that night, casting this pale blue light across the landscape. You could see for miles, just flat scrubland stretching to the horizon, broken up by the occasional cluster of mesquite trees or rock formations. I remember checking my gas gauge and thinking I should stop at the next town, which was still about 30 miles ahead according to my GPS. That's when I first noticed the taillights. They just appeared. I swear to God, 1 second the road ahead was completely empty, and the next there were 2 red dots about a quarter mile in front of me. I didn't see them come around a bend or crest a hill. They were just suddenly there, as if a car had materialized out of thin air. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe I'd zoned out for a second and hadn't noticed the car until then. It happens on long drives. But then I realized something odd. The distance between us wasn't changing. I was doing a steady 75 miles per hour, but no matter how long I drove, those taillights stayed exactly the same distance ahead of me. I tapped my brakes a bit, slowing to around 65, thinking I'd close the gap. Nothing changed. Those red lights remained fixed in place, like they were painted on the windshield. I pressed the gas, pushing up to 85, then 90. Still nothing. The taillights didn't get any closer or further away. A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't possible. I'm not talking about some optical illusion or trick of the light. I've been driving for over 20 years. I know how distance works on the highway. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a much larger vehicle than I thought, and I was misjudging the distance. Maybe it was accelerating at the exact same rate I was. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The taillights were too steady, too fixed. Then they vanished, just disappeared, like someone had flipped a switch. I blinked hard, wondering if my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. The road ahead was completely dark now. No taillights, no car, nothing but asphalt stretching into blackness. I remember exhaling, feeling relieved but confused. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe I needed to pull over and rest for a bit. But before I could even consider finding a safe spot to stop, the taillights reappeared. Exactly the same distance ahead. Exactly the same intensity, as if they'd been there all along. My heart started pounding. I'm not someone who scares easily, but something about this felt fundamentally wrong. I pressed the gas pedal to the floor, pushing my car well over 100 miles per hour. I had to see what this thing was. That's when the taillights did something I'll never forget. They moved sideways, not gradually, like a car changing lanes, but in a jerky, impossible motion, like watching a video game with bad physics. 1 second they were on the highway, and the next they were floating above the field beside the road, still moving forward at the same speed. I slammed on my brakes, tires screeching. My car fishtailed slightly before coming to a stop in the middle of the highway. I sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white, staring at those taillights now hovering about 15 feet above the ground and slowly drifting away from the highway. There was no car, no structure supporting them, just two glowing red orbs floating in the darkness. I fumbled for my phone, thinking I needed to record this, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it between the seats. When I looked up again, the lights were gone. For several minutes I just sat there in the middle of the empty highway, engine idling, trying to process what I'd seen. The rational part of my brain was desperately searching for explanations. Helicopters, drones, some kind of atmospheric phenomenon, but nothing fit. I've never felt so completely untethered from reality. I decided I needed to keep moving. Sitting still in the middle of nowhere was making my imagination run wild. I put the car in drive and slowly continued down the highway, constantly scanning the darkness ahead. I'd gone maybe 5 miles when my rear-view mirror suddenly lit up like daylight. Headlights had appeared behind me, blindingly bright and approaching at an impossible speed. I estimated they were doing at least 150, maybe more. Instinctively, I swerved to the shoulder to let them pass, but the lights didn't follow the road. They came straight for me, growing larger and more intense by the second. I could feel the light burning into my retinas even through the mirror. It was like being caught in the beam of a lighthouse, but 100 times stronger. I covered my eyes with one hand, trying to maintain control of the car with the other. The light became so intense that it penetrated my eyelids, turning my vision blood red. The air in the car felt electrified, like right before a lightning strike. My skin tingled and the hairs on my arms stood up. And then, just like that, darkness returned. The lights vanished. No car passed me. There was no sound of an engine or tires on asphalt, just absolute silence and the soft rumble of my own vehicle. I pulled over completely, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. I needed to convince myself that I was still in the real world. The night was dead quiet. No crickets, no distant traffic, not even the whisper of wind. Just silence so profound it felt like pressure against my eardrums. I turned in a complete circle, scanning the horizon in all directions. Nothing. No lights anywhere except the stars overhead. I checked under my car, thinking maybe I'd hit something, but the asphalt was clean. I even checked my gas cap and tires, irrationally wondering if I was hallucinating from a carbon monoxide leak or something. When I got back in the car, the clock read 2:17 in the morning. I sat there for nearly 20 minutes, just breathing, trying to calm myself down. I even slapped myself a couple times, hard enough to leave a mark, just to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Eventually, I started driving again, but at a crawl, maybe 30 miles per hour. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and I kept jerking my head around at every shadow or reflection. The next town was still about 15 miles away, and those were the longest 15 miles of my life. As I drove, I kept checking my mirrors obsessively. About 5 miles outside of town, I noticed something in the passenger side mirror, a figure standing on the side of the road. It looked like a woman in a white dress, just standing there perfectly still. But there was something wrong about the proportions. Her arms seemed too long, hanging almost to her knees. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I didn't even look directly at her. Some deep instinct told me that would be dangerous. I just gripped the steering wheel tighter and pressed on the gas, forcing myself to keep my eyes on the road ahead. In the mirror, I could see her head turn to follow my car as I passed. Just her head, rotating unnaturally far while her body remained perfectly still. I reached the town, Fort Stockton, I think it was, just as the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. I pulled into the first motel I saw and sat in the parking lot until the office opened at 6. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in the car. I got a room and crashed for about 6 hours, but my sleep was fractured with nightmares about floating lights and that woman with the 2 long arms. When I woke up, it was early afternoon, in the daylight, with people walking around and cars driving by. What had happened the night before seemed almost like a bad dream. Almost. I abandoned my original plan. Instead of continuing on Highway 87, I took Interstate 10 West, a much longer route to Phoenix, but one with more traffic, more towns, more people. I've never driven Highway 87 again. Not at night, not during the day. Not ever. I've turned down jobs and added hours to trips just to avoid it. I've never seen those lights again, but I don't drive at night anymore if I can help it. When I have to, I stay on major interstates, with their steady stream of traffic and brightly lit rest stops. Sometimes, when I'm driving after dark and I glance in my rearview mirror, I think I catch a glimpse of something. Headlights that appear too suddenly, taillights that don't quite move with the flow of traffic. My heart starts racing, and I have to pull over until the feeling passes. I don't know what I encountered that night. Ghost, hallucination, or something else entirely. I can't explain it, but I know what I saw, and I know that whatever it was, it doesn't belong in our world. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I imagine those taillights still moving down Highway 87, maintaining that perfect, impossible distance from anyone who happens to be driving alone in the dark. Story 14. I've done the drive from Southern California to Boulder probably a dozen times over the years. It's become almost routine. Pack the car, stock up on energy drinks and jerky, queue up my road trip playlist, and hit the road. I've always taken I-70 once I get past Vegas. It's straightforward, predictable, and gets me where I need to go. But in the summer of 2017, something came over me. Maybe it was boredom with the same old route, or maybe something else was guiding me. I honestly can't explain it. I decided I wanted to see something different, take the scenic route as they call it. God, I wish I hadn't. I started out around 5 in the morning from San Diego. The first few hours were normal. Traffic thinned out as I passed through San Bernardino and headed into the desert. My GPS was working fine, guiding me northeast. I remember feeling good, windows down despite the heat, singing along to music, completely unaware of what was coming. It was around noon when I crossed the Nevada border. I stopped for gas at one of those middle-of-nowhere stations, paid way too much, used a bathroom that looked like something out of a horror movie, and bought a coffee that tasted like dirt. Looking back, that gas station was the last normal thing I encountered. When I got back on the road, my GPS started acting weird. The screen kept flickering, the route changing and recalculating every few seconds. I figured it was just the heat or poor reception out in the desert, so I didn't think much of it. But then it stabilized, showing a route I didn't recognize. A small, unmarked road veering off from the highway and cutting through what looked like absolutely nothing. According to the GPS, this route would save me almost 2 hours. I remember staring at that little blue line cutting across empty space on my screen and feeling something in my gut telling me to ignore it, to stick to the main highway. But I'd already committed to trying something different, and the idea of saving time was appealing. So when I saw the unmarked turnoff, exactly where my GPS indicated, I took it. The road started out paved, just a normal 2-lane back road. No center line, no reflectors, but still decent asphalt. I remember thinking it was kind of peaceful. No other cars, just desert stretching out on either side, mountains in the distance. But about 20 minutes in, the pavement started deteriorating. Cracks turned to potholes, turned to sections where the asphalt had completely given way to gravel and dirt. I slowed down, concerned about my tires, but kept going. The GPS still showed me on track, still promised that time-saving shortcut. The road began to twist and turn in ways that made no sense. It wasn't following the contour of the land. It was as if whoever built it was deliberately trying to disorient travelers. Each curve seemed to take me deeper into increasingly barren landscape, farther from anything recognizable. After about an hour on this road, I realized I hadn't seen another car, a road sign, or even a mile marker. Just endless desert, twisted road, and a sense of growing isolation that made my skin crawl. The sun was starting to sink lower, and the shadows from the scattered rock formations were stretching across the landscape like fingers reaching for me. My phone had lost signal long ago. The GPS was still working somehow, still insisting I was on the right path, but the map display had become strange. Landmarks that shouldn't be there, road patterns that made no geographical sense. I was about to turn around when I came to a fork in the road. Neither direction was marked, but in the distance down the right fork, I could see what looked like headlights. Actual headlights, a sign of another human being out here. Relief washed over me. I could ask for directions, confirm I wasn't completely lost in the middle of nowhere. I took the right fork and drove toward those lights, watching them grow brighter as I approached. But something wasn't right. The lights weren't moving. They were stationary, like someone had parked and left their lights on. As I got closer, I could make out the silhouette of a truck, an old pickup sitting right in the middle of the dirt road. I pulled up about 20 feet behind it and stopped. The headlights were definitely on, bright white beams cutting through the early evening dimness, but there was no sign of movement, no one walking around the vehicle. I sat there for a minute, debating what to do. Eventually, I decided to approach. Maybe someone was in trouble and needed help. I left my engine running. No way was I getting stranded out here, and walked toward the truck. As I got closer, I realized how old it was. Not just used, but vintage. It looked like a model from the 70s or earlier, with rust eating away at the fenders and dust caked on every surface. But its headlights were modern and bright, which made no sense. I circled around to the driver's side window and peered in, empty. The keys weren't even in the ignition. How were the headlights on? I tried the door handle, locked. I knocked on the window, calling out to see if anyone was around, but my voice just echoed across the empty landscape. That's when the truck's headlights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. No gradual dimming like a battery dying. They just cut off as if someone had turned a switch. I nearly jumped out of my skin, spinning around to look for whoever must have done it, but there was no one. Just me, standing alone next to an abandoned truck in the middle of nowhere as darkness began to fall. I practically ran back to my car, heart pounding. I put it in reverse, backed away from the truck, and then maneuvered around it to continue down the road. I wasn't thinking clearly anymore. I just wanted to find my way back to a main highway, back to civilization. I should have turned around completely, gone back the way I came, but panic had me pushing forward, convinced that I must eventually reach somewhere familiar if I kept going. The road got worse. In some places it was barely distinguishable from the surrounding desert. My headlights caught reflections of broken glass scattered across the dirt, and occasionally what looked like pieces of abandoned vehicles half buried in sand. I slowed to a crawl, terrified of getting a flat tire out here, where my cell phone was useless and no one knew where I was. Just as I was about to stop and seriously reconsider my options, I spotted something ahead, a structure of some kind. As I got closer, I could see it was an old rest area, the kind you'd find on highways decades ago. A small concrete building with what must have once been restrooms, a couple of picnic tables, and a gravel parking area. And there, under the only light post that still worked, was a car. It wasn't as old as the truck I'd seen earlier. It looked like a sedan from maybe the 90s, faded blue paint, windows rolled down. I pulled in and parked a good distance away, leaving my engine running again. I was desperate to find another person, get directions, and figure out where the hell I was, but after the incident with the truck, I was also terrified of what I might find. I sat in my car for a few minutes watching the sedan, looking for any sign of movement. Nothing. The windows were down, but I couldn't see anyone inside. I decided to honk my horn, a short tap, just to announce my presence. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the silence of the desert night, but there was no response. I was working up the courage to approach the car when I heard it. Whispers. Not clear words, just the sound of hushed voices carried on the wind. I rolled up my windows immediately, but I could still hear them, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I strained to make out words, leaning closer to my window despite my fear, and that's when the sedan's headlights suddenly came on. Like the truck, they were bright and modern-looking despite the age of the vehicle, and in their glow, I saw a silhouette rise up from behind the car, tall, impossibly tall, standing completely still beside the driver's door. I couldn't make out features, just a dark shape against the backdrop of desert and headlights. For what felt like an eternity, the figure just stood there, facing my direction. Then, with movements that seemed too fluid, too wrong somehow, it reached for the car door. The door opened, but not like a normal person would open it. It swung out with a jerky motion, stopping and starting as if the hinges were catching on something. I didn't wait to see more. I threw my car into reverse, backed up and peeled out of that rest area like all of hell was chasing me. My tires spun on the gravel, kicking up dust that momentarily blinded me in my rearview mirror. When it cleared, I expected to see headlights following me, but there was nothing. Just darkness behind me and an empty road ahead. I drove for hours. The road eventually widened, then connected to another road that had actual pavement and lane markings. I passed an actual road sign at some point, though I was so focused on putting distance between me and whatever I'd seen that I barely registered what it said. Eventually, I hit a small town, just a gas station, a diner, and a few houses, but it was the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen. I pulled into the gas station, hands shaking so badly I could barely turn off the ignition. When I asked the attendant where I was, he looked at me like I was crazy. Turned out I was in western Utah, hundreds of miles from where I should have been based on the time I'd been driving and the direction I thought I'd been going. When I tried to explain what had happened, where I'd been, he just shook his head and said there weren't any rest areas on the back roads around there, and definitely no road that matched what I was describing. That was 6 years ago. I've never taken a scenic route since. I stick to main highways, preferably ones with heavy traffic and lots of rest stops with fluorescent lighting and crowds of people. I've tried to research that area to find some explanation for what happened, but all I've found are vague references to people going missing in the desert and a few similar stories from drivers who took wrong turns and ended up somewhere else. I don't know if what I experienced was real or a hallucination brought on by heat and exhaustion or something else entirely, but I know that I felt those whispers inside my bones, and the memory of that figure standing unnaturally tall beside that car still jolts me awake at night. I think there are places out there that exist beyond maps, spaces where the rules of reality start to blur. And I think sometimes, for reasons I'll never understand, those places call to us, tempt us off our planned routes with promises of shortcuts or scenic views. I got lucky. I found my way back. But sometimes I wonder about that old truck and how long its headlights had been shining in the desert waiting for someone to approach. Story 15. I'm not sure if I should even be posting this. For 10 years, I kept this to myself because I didn't think anyone would believe me. Even now, as I type this out, part of me wonders if I imagined the whole thing. But I know what I heard, night after night, for almost a decade of my life. I grew up in Hamburg, in a pretty normal neighborhood. Nothing special, just apartment buildings with families and elderly people, a small kiosk across the street, and a playground a few blocks away. My bedroom window faced the street, and during summer I'd keep it cracked open to let in some air. It started when I was around 8 or 9. I remember it was summer, probably July, because I was allowed to stay up later than usual. School was out, and the days were long and warm. That first night I was lying in bed, that weird state where you're not quite asleep but definitely not fully awake anymore. And then I heard it, a bicycle horn from somewhere outside, 2 quick honks. Honk honk. Not aggressive or anything, just 2 clear tones in quick succession. I didn't think much of it at the time. Kids were always riding bikes around the neighborhood, especially in summer. There was probably some kid messing around near the kiosk. I rolled over and fell asleep. A few days later, it happened again. Same time, around 10 or 11 at night, same sound. 2 quick honks from a bicycle horn. Same pitch, same pace between them. Honk, honk. I remember thinking it was weird that someone would be playing with a horn that late, but figured maybe it was a family taking evening walks and the kid had a bike horn they liked to squeeze. After my 10th birthday, I started noticing a pattern. The horn sound would come almost every night, usually between 10 and midnight, always the same, 2 honks, same speed between them, same tone. It became such a regular thing that I'd sometimes wait for it before falling asleep. One night, I was probably 10 or 11 by then, I was up super late playing Clash Royale on my phone. It was past midnight, and my parents thought I was asleep. Suddenly, I heard it again. Honk, honk. Same exact sound as always. I got curious and went to the window, moving the curtain just enough to peek out. The street was completely empty. No cars, no bikes, no people walking. Nothing, just streetlights illuminating an empty road. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, scanning every corner I could see, but there was absolutely no one there who could have made that sound. That was when I first got that cold feeling in my stomach. For the next 5 or 6 years, all through my early teens, the horn continued. Almost every single evening between 10 p.m. and midnight, I'd hear those 2 honks. Sometimes it would happen several nights in a row, then disappear for weeks or months, but it always came back. It was more frequent in summer, but I'd hear it in winter too, even when my window was closed. I tried to find logical explanations. Maybe it was some neighbor coming home from a late shift, but why would they honk a bicycle horn twice in exactly the same way, almost every night, and why wouldn't I ever see them? I considered it might be some kind of bird or animal making a similar sound, but no, it was clearly a bicycle horn, the kind with a rubber bulb that kids have. At some point, I stopped being scared and almost started looking forward to it. As weird as it sounds, it became comforting, like a strange ritual. Honk honk. Okay, day's over, time to sleep. Sometimes I'd even whisper good night back. I made up this idea that maybe they were friends saying good night to me. I know that sounds childish, but when you're a kid dealing with something you can't explain, you make up stories that help you feel better. I never told my parents or friends. What would I even say? Hey, I hear a bicycle horn outside my window every night, but there's never anyone there. They'd either think I was making it up for attention or that I was hearing things. So it became my secret, this weird phenomenon that only I seemed to notice. When I was about 16, something changed in our building. The old man who lived in the apartment above us, Herr Weber, I think his name was, died of a heart attack. I didn't know him well, just enough to say hello in the hallway. A few weeks after his funeral, a new tenant moved in. I don't remember much about them, just that they were younger and quieter. That's when everything changed with the horn. About a week after the new person moved in upstairs, I heard the horn again, but this time, instead of the usual honk honk, it went honk honk honk. 3 honks instead of 2. Same horn, same tone, same pace between the first 2 honks, but with an added 3rd one. I sat straight up in bed when I heard it, because after 6 years of the exact same pattern, this felt significant. After that night, the frequency of the horn decreased dramatically. Instead of hearing it almost every night, I'd hear it maybe once a week, then once a month. By the time I turned 17, it was down to once every few months, and the last time I heard it, I remember this clearly, was on my 18th birthday, earlier this year. 3 honks again, just like that night after Herr Weber died. I haven't heard it since. It's been months now, and the silence feels strange. Part of me thinks those final 3 honks were some kind of goodbye, like whatever or whoever was making that sound was finishing their, I don't know what to call it, their watch, their message, their connection to me. I've tried researching if anyone else in Hamburg has experienced something similar but found nothing. I've looked into local legends, ghost stories, anything that might explain a phantom bicycle horn that sounds for years, then suddenly stops. Nothing. Sometimes I wonder if it was all in my head, some weird auditory hallucination that my brain created and then finally let go of. But it felt so real. The sound was so specific, so consistent, and the timing of the change, right after someone died and someone new moved in, that can't be coincidence, right? What bothers me most is that I'll probably never know what it was. Was it something supernatural? Was it some bizarre coincidence that someone in my neighborhood had a decade-long habit of honking a bicycle horn at night? Was it something to do with Herr Weber, or was it all just in my head? I'm 18 now, about to move out for university, and I almost don't want to leave because what if the horn comes back and I'm not here to hear it? What if there was some message I was supposed to understand but never did? It sounds crazy when I write it out like this, but when something unexplainable happens to you for 10 years of your life, it's hard to just shrug it off. The strangest part is how ordinary the sound itself was, just a bicycle horn. Not voices whispering my name or ghostly moans or anything from a horror movie, just honk honk, night after night, year after year. Maybe that's why it was so unsettling. It was so normal, so mundane, and yet so impossible to explain. I'm only sharing this now because I'm moving away soon, and it feels like this chapter of my life is closing. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar, or maybe someone from my neighborhood will read this and say, "Oh yeah, that was just me honking my bike horn every night for 10 years for some reason." Though honestly, that explanation would almost be creepier than a ghost at this point. For now, I just lie in bed sometimes, waiting for a sound I know probably isn't coming back. 3 honks, a goodbye from something I never understood and never saw, something that was part of my life for as long as I can remember, and now is just gone. And sometimes, right as I'm falling asleep, I swear I can almost hear it again, faintly, like an echo or a memory. Honk honk, and I whisper back, "Good night, whoever you are." Story 16. I'm still trying to process what happened to me while living in Oak Ridge. It's been months, but I can't shake the memory. I've never told this story publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. Last year, I moved into this converted ice storage building in the historic district of Oak Ridge. The rent was surprisingly affordable for such a cool place with all that character. Exposed brick walls, high ceilings, those huge windows. The building manager mentioned it had been renovated about 15 years ago, turning the old industrial space into apartments. What he conveniently failed to mention was the building's darker history. I found out later from neighbors that several people had died in the building since the conversion. An elderly woman had a heart attack in the elevator. A maintenance worker fell down the stairs. And then there was the suicide that happened right outside my apartment door, but I'll get to that later. At first, everything seemed normal. I was excited about my new place. It was my first time living alone after a bad breakup, and I was ready for a fresh start. The apartment had so much personality compared to the cookie-cutter places I'd looked at. My 8th floor unit had this amazing view of the old part of town, and I loved sitting by the window during thunderstorms. The weird stuff started about 3 weeks after I moved in. Nothing major at first, just little things that made me second-guess myself. I'd put my keys on the kitchen counter, then find them on the coffee table. I'd wake up to find a cabinet door open that I know I'd closed the night before, the usual stuff that's easy to dismiss. Then one night, I was washing dishes when I heard distinct footsteps behind me. I whipped around, heart pounding, but nobody was there. This happened again and again over the next few weeks. Footsteps when I was alone, the feeling of someone watching me from the hallway when I was in bed. Sometimes I'd feel a cold spot pass right through me while I was sitting on the couch. My friends thought I was just anxious about living alone. Maybe they were right, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right about this place. I started leaving a light on at night. I'd check under the bed like a scared kid. I even considered breaking my lease, but I couldn't afford to lose my security deposit. Then came that night, the one I still can't explain. It was a Wednesday in November. I remember because I'd had a particularly stressful day at work and couldn't sleep. It was freezing that night. The heating in these old buildings is never great. Around 1:30 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and turned on my bedside lamp. I switched on the radio to this late-night talk show I sometimes listen to when I can't sleep. They were discussing something about local history, which seemed fitting given where I lived. I was lying there, half listening to the host interviewing some local historian about Oak Ridge's industrial past. The volume was low, just background noise really. My bedroom was dimly lit, just the warm glow from my bedside lamp casting shadows across the ceiling. Outside it had started to drizzle, and I could hear raindrops tapping against my window. That's when the air in the room changed. It's hard to explain if you've never felt it before, but it was like the atmosphere suddenly became dense, heavy. The temperature dropped noticeably. I could see my breath clouding in front of my face. The hair on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming sensation that I wasn't alone anymore. At first, I thought it might be that same presence I'd felt before, the one that made the footsteps. But this felt different. There was no malice, just curiosity. I was fully awake, I swear. This wasn't sleep paralysis or a dream. I could move. I could think clearly. I glanced toward the foot of my bed, and that's when I saw them. 2 children were standing there, holding hands, just watching me. They weren't normal kids. Their appearance was completely gray, like an old photograph come to life. The boy looked about 9 years old, wearing what looked like a small suit with short pants and these old-fashioned shoes. The girl was younger, maybe 6, in a high-waisted dress with puffy sleeves and her hair in ringlets. Victorian-era clothing, like something from a history book. The most unnerving thing was how still they were. Living children fidget, shift their weight, blink. These 2 just stood there, perfectly motionless, their eyes fixed on me. They weren't threatening, just observing. Their faces had this solemn, patient expression that no modern child would have. I remember my heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat, but I wasn't exactly scared, more like completely awestruck. The radio host's voice faded into the background as I stared at these children from another time. After what felt like forever but was probably only seconds, I managed to speak. I said, "Hello," in this shaky voice I barely recognized as my own. I'm not sure why that was my instinct, but it was all I could think to do. They didn't respond. They didn't smile or wave or speak. Instead, they began to fade, not walking away or disappearing suddenly, but gradually becoming transparent until they were gone. The room warmed up again, and that heavy feeling in the air dissipated. I sat there for hours afterward, the radio still playing softly, unable to move or process what I'd just seen. I wasn't sure if I should be terrified or amazed. By morning, I half convinced myself it had been some kind of waking dream, but deep down, I knew what I'd seen was real. I spent the next few days researching the history of the building. It turns out it wasn't just an ice storage facility. Before that, in the late 1800s, it had been some kind of processing plant. Workers often brought their children with them because childcare wasn't really a thing back then. I found an old newspaper article about an accident at the plant in 1892 where several people died, including 2 children, a brother and sister. The weird thing is, despite all the other strange occurrences that continued in my apartment, I never saw those Victorian children again. It was like they had just wanted to be acknowledged, to be seen, and once I did that, they moved on. Or maybe they're still there, but they just don't show themselves to me anymore. Other things kept happening though. Objects would move when I wasn't looking. Nothing dramatic like flying across the room, just shifting positions. My coffee mug would be in a different spot than where I left it. Books would be pulled slightly out from the shelf. One morning I woke up to find all my kitchen cabinet doors open, even though I know I'd closed them before bed. The footsteps continued too, usually at night. Sometimes they'd pace back and forth in the hallway outside my bedroom. Other times they'd follow me from room to room, always stopping when I turned around. And occasionally I'd hear knocking on my walls, 3 distinct knocks, then silence. About 2 months after seeing the children, I finally worked up the courage to ask my next-door neighbor if she'd experienced anything strange. She got this look on her face, part relief, part fear, and invited me in for coffee. She told me that yes, weird things happened in her apartment too, but what really freaked her out was what had happened the year before I moved in. A man in his 30s had committed suicide by climbing onto the railing right outside my apartment door. Our apartments were across from each other on the 8th floor, and jumping to his death. The police report said he'd been suffering from depression after losing his job and going through a divorce. He didn't live in the building, he'd just somehow gained access to our floor. The moment she told me this story, something clicked. That aggressive, unsettling presence I sometimes felt. It had to be him. The heaviness that would sometimes fill my apartment, the feeling of being watched with what felt like anger or resentment, it all made sense now. The children felt gentle, curious. This other presence felt desperate, troubled. One night, about a week after learning about the suicide, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of someone crying. It wasn't coming from another apartment. It was right in my living room. I lay frozen in bed, listening to the heart-wrenching sobs of a grown man. Then came the footsteps, pacing back and forth, back and forth. I heard something fall in the kitchen. Later, I found a mug shattered on the floor. I was terrified, but also felt this strange empathy. This wasn't some malevolent entity. It was the spirit of someone who had been in so much pain that he ended his life, right outside my door. He was stuck somehow, replaying his last moments. I still don't know what to make of the Victorian children. Were they victims of that accident I read about? Were they somehow connected to the land before the building even existed? I've tried researching more about them, but there's frustratingly little information available. The building manager gets visibly uncomfortable whenever anyone brings up the strange occurrences. When I asked him directly about the history of deaths in the building, he quickly changed the subject and hasn't been as responsive to my maintenance requests since. I still live there. I know that probably sounds crazy after everything I've described, but the children didn't frighten me, and the male presence, while unsettling, has never actually harmed me. Sometimes I talk to them, not expecting answers, just acknowledging their existence. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that night or why those Victorian children chose to appear to me. I'm not even sure if I believe in ghosts in the traditional sense. Maybe they're imprints of energy, echoes of the past somehow preserved in the walls of this old building. Maybe grief and trauma can literally leave a mark on a place. All I know is what I saw and what I continue to experience. The Victorian children holding hands at the foot of my bed, watching me with those solemn eyes before fading back into whatever realm they came from. To this day, I can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to. Story 17. I still can't explain what happened that night, and thinking about it makes my heart race even now. It's been over 3 years, but I can recall every detail like it happened yesterday. It was late September, and I'd driven to my uncle's ranch in North Dakota for our annual family reunion. These gatherings are usually fun, reconnecting with relatives, eating way too much food, and catching up on family gossip. This time was no different, and I stayed longer than planned. By the time I decided to head back to Minneapolis, it was already 10 in the evening. My uncle tried to convince me to stay the night. "Jake, it's a long drive back. Just crash here and leave in the morning." But I had an important meeting at work the next day that I couldn't reschedule. I assured him I'd be fine. I actually enjoy night driving. The roads are empty, there's something peaceful about it, and I could make the 6-hour journey without traffic. The first couple hours went by smoothly. I had my playlist going, the occasional semi-truck passed me, and I settled into that meditative state you get during long drives. I remember checking the time. It was around midnight when I crossed into that remote stretch near Devil's Lake. That's when things started feeling different. It's hard to explain the feeling of isolation on those rural North Dakota highways at night. The darkness is absolute. No streetlights, barely any houses, just endless fields disappearing into blackness on either side of you. Your headlights only illuminate a small patch of road ahead, and beyond that is just nothing. I started to feel a bit anxious, which wasn't like me. I'd done plenty of night driving before. Around 12:30, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. Nothing unusual about that, just another night traveler. I expected them to eventually pass me or turn off somewhere, but after 15 minutes I realized they were maintaining the exact same distance behind me. Not getting closer, not falling back. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe they were just someone like me, on cruise control, zoning out on the empty highway. But after 20 minutes of this, it started to feel weird. I tapped my brakes to slow down, thinking they'd pass me. They slowed down too. I sped up to 85. They matched my speed perfectly. That's when the uneasiness really kicked in. Who follows someone for that long at the exact same distance on an empty highway in the middle of nowhere? I started remembering stories my uncle had told at dinner just hours earlier. Local legends about strange things happening on these roads. He'd mentioned disappearances, ghost cars, weird lights in the sky. I'd laughed it off then. I wasn't laughing now. I decided to test them. I slowed down to 55, well below the speed limit. The car behind me slowed too, maintaining that same distance, far enough that I couldn't make out the vehicle's details, but close enough to make me deeply uncomfortable. My palms were getting sweaty on the steering wheel. I checked my phone. No service, of course. Then something happened that made my blood run cold. The headlights behind me suddenly went dark, completely off. The road plunged into darkness except for the patch illuminated by my own lights. I instinctively hit the brakes, heart pounding. Had they turned off? Was this some kind of game, or were they still there, following me in the dark? I couldn't see anything in my mirrors now, just blackness. I pressed the gas again, harder this time, pushing my speed to 90. I needed to put distance between us, whatever us meant. For the next few miles, there was nothing behind me. I kept checking my mirrors, but the road remained empty. My breathing started to slow a bit. Maybe they'd turned off somewhere. Maybe I'd been overreacting. Then I saw them. Not behind me, ahead of me. Headlights. The same ones, I was certain. Somehow, impossibly, the car was now idling on the side of the road ahead. I recognized the particular pattern of the lights. One was slightly dimmer than the other. As I approached, it slowly pulled onto the highway right in front of me. My mind couldn't process what was happening. How could they have gotten ahead of me? There were no side roads they could have used to bypass me. No way they could have turned around, sped past me without my seeing them, and gotten ahead. The car drove slowly, under the speed limit. I had to slow down too. I was trapped behind them now, with no way around. The highway was a single lane in each direction, with no passing zones and steep ditches on either side. I couldn't see any identifying features of the car in front of me. It was just a dark shape with taillights that seemed unusually dim. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 minutes, I saw the lights of a gas station up ahead. I was down to a quarter tank, but had planned to wait until I crossed into Minnesota to refuel. Now I was desperate for any sign of civilization, any place with people. The car ahead of me slowed and turned into the gas station. I followed, against my better judgment. I needed gas, yes. But more than that, I needed to see who was in that car to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. The gas station was one of those old ones with just a couple of pumps and a small convenience store. The lights were on, but I couldn't see anyone inside. The car pulled up to one of the pumps, and I hesitantly took the one furthest away. I kept my eyes fixed on the other vehicle while I refueled. No one got out. The car just sat there, engine running, lights now off. It was an older model sedan, dark-colored. I couldn't tell exactly what make or color in the poor lighting. The windows were tinted enough that I couldn't see inside. My instincts were screaming at me to get back on the road, but I needed that gas. I worked the pump as fast as I could, nearly spilling fuel in my haste. I debated going inside the store, maybe asking the attendant to call the police, but I couldn't see anyone in there, and I didn't want to take my eyes off that car. As I finished fueling, the other car's engine revved loudly. I jumped, fumbling to replace the gas nozzle. By the time I'd paid at the pump and gotten back into my car, the other vehicle was already pulling back onto the highway. I waited until it disappeared around a bend before I followed. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. I pulled back onto the highway, driving as fast as I safely could. For the next hour, I saw no sign of the car. The road remained empty. When I finally crossed the state line into Minnesota, the first hints of dawn were appearing on the horizon. I felt a weight lift from my chest. I stopped at the first well-lit gas station I found, went inside, bought the strongest coffee they had, and sat in my car for 20 minutes, trying to calm down. I made it home around 4 in the morning, physically and mentally drained. I called in sick to work and spent the day trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe there were two similar cars. Maybe there was a side road I hadn't noticed in the dark. Maybe I'd been so tired I'd imagined the whole thing. But deep down, I knew none of those explanations fit. I looked up that stretch of highway later. There were stories, a lot of them. Missing persons cases going back decades, reports of strange lights, phantom vehicles, lost time. Local forums had entire threads dedicated to experiences along that same stretch of road. Some were probably exaggerated or made up, but others sounded too similar to what I'd experienced to dismiss. One account in particular stood out. A woman described being followed by a car with mismatched headlights, one dimmer than the other, on that same highway. She'd pulled into a gas station, and when she came out, her car wouldn't start. The attendant offered her a ride to the nearest town, but she refused, not trusting him. She spent the night locked in the bathroom of the gas station. When morning came, her car started perfectly. The gas station in her story had closed down years ago. When she described its location, I realized with a chill that it was the exact same one I'd stopped at. But that's impossible. The gas station I stopped at was operational, wasn't it? I've avoided that route ever since. I only drive through North Dakota in broad daylight now, and I always make sure my gas tank is full before I start. I've told a few close friends about what happened, but most just laugh it off or suggest I was overtired. Maybe they're right. But sometimes, driving at night on an empty road, I'll catch a glimpse of headlights in my mirror, one slightly dimmer than the other, and that cold feeling will rush back. I'll speed up, heart pounding, until the lights turn off or pass me. And sometimes, just sometimes, when I'm pumping gas late at night, I'll notice a dark car idling at the far pump. No one ever gets out, and I never stick around long enough to see where it goes next. Story 18. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 2 years, and the whispers still find me in the dark. I've moved twice, changed my phone number, even tried therapy, but nothing helps. I need to get this off my chest, hoping someone here might have experienced something similar, or can at least tell me I'm not losing my mind. I grew up in Pine Hollow, a town so small it barely registers on most maps. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and the biggest event of the year is the Autumn Harvest Festival. The town itself is completely surrounded by old-growth forest, ancient trees that were there long before the first settlers arrived. As kids, we were always warned not to wander too deep into the woods, especially after dark. The usual small-town superstitions, I thought. 2 years ago, at 24, I was back home visiting my parents for the Harvest Festival weekend. I'd moved away for college and stayed in the city for work, but I tried to make it back for the festival most years. It fell on October 12th that year, unusually warm for mid-autumn. The morning of the festival, I decided to go for a hike while my mom was busy baking for the community potluck. I'd always loved the woods in autumn, the smell of decaying leaves, the crunch underfoot, the way sunlight filtered through the canopy of red and gold. I packed light, water bottle, granola bar, my phone. I'd hiked these trails 100 times growing up, so I wasn't worried about getting lost. I started on Miller's Trail, the main path that most tourists use. It was marked with blue blazes on the trees and pretty well maintained. About an hour in, I stopped to take some photos of a particularly vibrant maple tree when I first heard it, a sound like whispers carried on the breeze. At first, I thought it was just the wind through the leaves, or maybe hikers somewhere nearby. But when I stood completely still, I could make out what sounded like words, too faint to understand but definitely speech-like. Curiosity got the better of me. I stepped off the trail, moving toward the sound. I know how stupid that sounds now. Every horror movie ever made has taught us not to investigate strange noises in the woods. But the whispers had this quality to them. They felt urgent but not threatening, almost like someone needed help. As I moved deeper into the untracked forest, the whispers grew clearer. I still couldn't make out exact words, but they sounded like multiple voices overlapping. The strange thing was, they seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I checked my phone. No service, of course, and it was just after 11 in the morning. I walked for maybe another 20 minutes, completely off trail now. The forest floor was thick with fallen leaves, making it impossible to see if I was following any kind of path. The trees grew denser, blocking more of the sky, and despite the warm day, I felt a chill creeping up my spine. That's when I found the ruins. I've lived in Pine Hollow most of my life and never heard about any structures in these woods. It wasn't large, just the remnants of stone walls forming what might have been a small building once. Most of it was crumbled and covered in moss and vines, like it had been there for centuries. The whispers were definitely coming from inside what remained of the structure. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid but also increasingly uneasy. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" The whispers stopped immediately. The sudden silence felt more unnerving than the voices had been. I stood there for what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds, debating whether to turn back. That's when a single voice, clear as day, said, "Please, help me." It was a child's voice. I rushed toward the ruins, heart pounding. "Where are you?" I called. "Keep talking so I can find you." Inside the crumbling walls, I found a little girl sitting on a fallen stone column. She couldn't have been more than 8 or 9, wearing a pale blue dress that seemed too thin for the increasingly cool air. Her dark hair was tangled with leaves and twigs, and her face was streaked with dirt and tears. "Hi there," I said, trying to sound calm despite my racing pulse. "I'm Nathan. Are you lost?" She nodded, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. "My name's Emily. I was playing hide and seek, and now I can't find my way back." "Hide and seek? Out here?" I asked. The nearest houses were at least 2 miles away. "With my friends," she said vaguely, looking around as if expecting to see them. "But they left me." Something felt off about the situation, but I couldn't just leave a kid alone in the woods. "Well, Emily, I know these woods pretty well. Let's get you back to town. The festival's today. Is that where your parents are?" She nodded again and reached for my hand. Her fingers were ice cold. "You're freezing," I said, taking off my light jacket and draping it around her shoulders. "How long have you been out here?" "I don't know," she whispered. "The trees keep moving." I laughed nervously. "Yeah, it can feel that way when you're lost. Come on, let's head back to the trail." I was pretty sure I knew which direction I'd come from, so I led Emily that way, trying to retrace my steps through the leaves. But after about 10 minutes of walking, I realized we should have hit Miller's Trail by now. I pulled out my phone, still no service, and it was already past noon. "Let's try this way," I said with more confidence than I felt, changing direction slightly. That's when the whispers started again. They seemed to come from all around us, from the trees themselves. Emily gripped my hand tighter. "They're angry," she said quietly. "Who is?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. "The others. They don't want me to leave. They don't want you to take me." A sharp gust of wind suddenly whipped through the trees, sending leaves swirling around us. The whispers rose to a hissing sound, words just beyond comprehension. "We need to go," I said, pulling Emily along faster. "Now." We started jogging through the woods, but something bizarre was happening. The more we ran, the denser the forest became. Trees I could have sworn weren't there seconds before now blocked our path. Branches seemed to reach down toward us, catching in our hair and clothes. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in the supernatural. But in that moment, I swear the forest was alive and angry. "You're one of us now," a voice hissed, clearer than the others. It didn't sound like it was coming from any direction. It felt like it was inside my head. Emily was crying now, still clutching my hand. "They won't let us go," she sobbed. I was about to tell her it would be okay, a lie to comfort both of us, when I spotted something through the trees, a flickering light in the distance. "There," I pointed. "Let's run for it." We sprinted toward the light, branches whipping our faces. The whispers turned to screams, a cacophony of voices begging, threatening, promising. My ears were ringing with them. "Stay with us. We need you. She belongs to us. You'll be ours too." The forest floor itself seemed to fight against us. Roots I didn't remember seeing rose up to trip us. The ground became muddy and slick despite the dry weather we'd been having, but the light grew closer and I could make out what looked like the edge of the tree line. With one final push, we broke through the last row of trees and stumbled out onto an open field. The whispers cut off instantly, like someone had hit mute. The sudden silence was almost as shocking as the noise had been. We were at the edge of Mason's Field, where they hold the autumn festival every year. I could see the colorful tents and hear the faint music from here. My watch said it was 2:30 in the afternoon. We'd been in the woods for over 3 hours, though it felt both longer and shorter somehow. Emily collapsed on the grass, breathing hard. I knelt beside her, trying to catch my own breath. "Are you okay?" I asked. She nodded, looking back at the woods with wide, fearful eyes. Now that we were in the sunlight, I could see her more clearly. Her dress wasn't just pale blue. It looked old-fashioned, with a high collar and lace trim. Not something you'd typically see on a kid today. "Let's get you to the festival," I said, helping her up. "We'll find your parents." As we walked across the field, I kept glancing back at the tree line. It looked normal now, just trees swaying gently in the autumn breeze. Had I imagined everything? The festival was in full swing, crowded with locals and tourists enjoying the food stalls and games. I headed straight for the information booth, still holding Emily's hand. "Excuse me," I said to Mrs. Winters, who'd been running the booth for as long as I could remember. "This little girl got lost in the woods. We need to find her parents." Mrs. Winters looked from me to Emily, then back to me with a strange expression. Before she could respond, a woman's frantic voice cut through the crowd. "Emily!" A couple rushed toward us, the woman's face streaked with tears. The man looked grim, exhausted. They both dropped to their knees in front of Emily. "Oh my God, Emily, where were you?" The woman sobbed, pulling the girl into a tight embrace. "We've been looking everywhere." "I got lost in the woods," Emily said softly, "but this man helped me find my way back." The father stood and gripped my hand. "Thank you," he said, his voice breaking. "She wandered off this morning and we've had search parties out for hours." I nodded, still shaken from our experience. "I found her near some old stone ruins deep in the forest. I didn't even know they were there." The man's face changed. "Ruins. There aren't any ruins in those woods." "I saw them," I insisted. "Old stone walls, maybe the foundation of a building." The parents exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. The mother stood, still holding Emily close. "Whatever you saw, thank you for bringing our daughter back safely." They quickly led Emily away, the mother whispering something in the girl's ear. Emily turned to look back at me once, her expression unreadable. I stood there for a long moment, trying to process what had happened. Had I imagined the ruins, the whispering voices? But Emily had heard them too. As I turned to leave the festival, exhausted and confused, I heard it again, just the faintest whisper on the wind. "You helped her. Now you are ours." I spun around, but there was no one close enough to have spoken directly to me, just the normal sounds of the festival. I left Pine Hollow the next morning, cutting my visit short, made some excuse to my parents about work. I couldn't bear to be so close to those woods. But it didn't matter. The voices followed me. They come at night, mostly, whispers at the edge of sleep. Sometimes they call my name. Sometimes they just laugh. Sometimes they promise to show me secrets if I'll just come back to the woods. Every October, the pull gets stronger. I can feel it even now. A tug in my chest drawing me back to Pine Hollow, back to those ruins that apparently don't exist. I've researched the town's history, trying to find any mention of structures in the forest. But there's nothing. The worst part is, I can't stop thinking about Emily, about how cold her hand was, about her old-fashioned dress, about how the voices said she belonged to them. I've never gone back to those woods. But as another October approaches, I know they're waiting, patient, watching. And sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a window or mirror at just the right angle, I swear I can see leaves tangled in my hair and something ancient looking out through my eyes. Story 19. I still don't know what to make of what happened 2 nights ago. I've been trying to piece it all together in my head, but every time I think about it, I get this cold feeling in my stomach that has nothing to do with the unusual weather we've been having. I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. My dad, who's an ex-Marine, is even more skeptical than I am. But what we saw that night, I just can't explain it any other way. We live in Columbus, Georgia, in this old house that sits on a piece of land with a lot of history. The property dates back to the early 1800s. It's the kind of place where you can feel the weight of time pressing down on you. Our house sits at the bottom of a gentle hill, and at the top there's this old funeral home that's been there for as long as anyone can remember. 2 nights ago, we had one of those rare Georgia snowstorms. If you're not from around here, you wouldn't understand how unusual that is. We might get a light dusting every few years, but this was different. The snow was coming down hard, covering everything in a thick white blanket. The temperature had dropped to well below freezing, which almost never happens here. Our heating isn't great in the house, so my dad suggested we collect some firewood to keep the place warm through the night. It was around 10:30 when we headed outside. The snow was still falling heavily, and the wind cut right through my coat. I remember thinking how quiet everything was, like the snow was absorbing all the sound in the world. We were about halfway through loading up our arms with firewood from the pile next to the garage when my dad suddenly stopped moving. I looked up at him, and his face had gone completely still. He was staring up toward the funeral home. "Marcus," he said, his voice unusually quiet. "Do you see that?" I followed his gaze up the hill. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual, just the white of the snow against the dark silhouette of the funeral home. But then I saw it. A small figure was standing near the edge of the funeral home's property. Even from that distance, I could tell it was a child. "What the hell is a kid doing out there in this weather?" my dad muttered, dropping the wood back onto the pile. We started walking toward the figure, our boots crunching in the fresh snow. As we got closer, I felt a growing sense of unease. Something wasn't right. The child wasn't moving, just standing there in the falling snow, perfectly still. When we were about 20 feet away, I could make out more details, and that's when the first real chill ran down my spine. It was a boy, couldn't have been older than 10 or 11. He was wearing nothing but what looked like an old-fashioned white nightgown. No coat, no shoes, nothing else to protect him from the freezing cold. His skin was so pale it almost matched the snow, and his dark hair was dusted with white flakes. "Hey, buddy," my dad called out, his voice gentle but carrying concern. "You okay? What are you doing out here?" The boy didn't respond. He just stood there, shivering violently. His eyes were wide with what looked like fear, and his lips had a bluish tint to them. I remember thinking he must be suffering from hypothermia. We approached slowly, not wanting to frighten him more. My dad kept his voice calm and steady, the same tone he used when I had nightmares as a kid. "We're not going to hurt you. You must be freezing. Our house is right down there. Why don't you come with us and warm up? We can help you find your parents." The boy still didn't speak. He just stared at us with those frightened eyes. When my dad tried to reach out to touch his shoulder, the boy flinched away, almost like he was afraid of being touched. "It's okay," I said, crouching down to seem less threatening. "What's your name? Are you lost?" Nothing, just those wide, scared eyes and violent shivering. "Look, buddy," my dad said, sounding genuinely worried now. "You can't stay out here. You'll freeze to death. Please, come with us to our house. We'll get you warm, give you something hot to drink, and figure this out." We didn't try to touch him again, but we gestured toward our house down the hill. After what felt like an eternity, the boy seemed to relax just a fraction. He gave a barely perceptible nod and took a small step toward us. "That's good," my dad encouraged. "Just follow us. We'll get you warmed up." The walk back to our house was tense. The boy followed a few steps behind us, still hugging himself and shivering. I kept glancing back to make sure he was still there. He never once made a sound, not a whimper, not a word, nothing. Just the soft padding of his bare feet in the snow, which made me wince every time I thought about how cold he must be. When we reached our house, my dad opened the door and let us in. The warmth hit me immediately, and I let out a sigh of relief. The boy hesitated at the threshold for a moment, then stepped inside, and that's when things got even stranger. The instant the boy crossed into our house, his demeanor completely changed. The fear seemed to melt away from his face. His shivering stopped. He looked content, at home somehow. His eyes wandered around our living room with a sense of familiarity that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Let me get you some blankets," my dad said, still using that gentle voice. "Marcus, can you make him some hot chocolate or something?" I nodded and headed to the kitchen, keeping an eye on the boy as I went. He had moved to stand in front of our fireplace, staring at the empty grate where we hadn't yet lit a fire. There was something so eerily calm about him now, so different from the terrified child we'd found outside. I was only in the kitchen for maybe 30 seconds, just long enough to fill the kettle and put it on the stove. When I came back out, my dad was coming down the hallway with an armful of blankets. The boy was gone. "Where'd he go?" I asked, looking around the room as if he might be hiding somewhere. My dad frowned. "What do you mean? He was right there." We checked every room in the house. Nothing. The boy had vanished completely. We went back outside, thinking maybe he'd gotten scared and run off, but there was no sign of him, no footprints leading away from our door, nothing but our own boot tracks coming up from the hill. That's when the real fear set in. I remember looking at my dad's face and seeing something I'd never seen before, genuine confusion tinged with what might have been fear. My dad, the ex-Marine who I'd never seen rattled by anything, looked shaken to his core. "Dad," I said, my voice barely audible over the wind. "Where are his footprints? He walked all the way here with us." My dad just shook his head, staring at the undisturbed snow all around our house. We spent the next hour searching the property with flashlights, calling out for the boy. The snow kept falling, covering up our tracks as we moved around. Eventually, we had to give up and go back inside, both of us silent and disturbed by what had happened. The next morning, after a sleepless night, we started asking around the neighborhood if anyone had a missing child. No one did. We called the police, who took our statement but seemed skeptical. I could tell they thought we were pulling some kind of prank, or that we'd imagined it all. In the afternoon, we went to see Mrs. Funderburk, a 96-year-old woman who's lived in the area her entire life. She knows all the local history, all the stories about this place that nobody else remembers anymore. When we told her what had happened, she didn't look surprised. She just nodded slowly, her wrinkled hands folded in her lap. "You saw the snow ghost, boy," she said, like it was the most natural thing in the world. "He shows up whenever we get a real snow. Been happening for generations." According to Mrs. Funderburk, back in the 1880s, a boy was found dead near where the funeral home now stands. It had been during one of those rare Georgia snowstorms, and he'd been wearing nothing but a nightgown. No one knew who he was, or how he'd ended up there. They buried him in the cemetery behind the funeral home. "People been seeing his shape in the snow ever since," Mrs. Funderburk told us. "My grandmama saw him when she was a girl. Said he followed her home once, but disappeared when she turned around to give him a blanket." I don't know what to believe. My dad hasn't said much since we talked to Mrs. Funderburk. He just sits by the window looking up at the funeral home on the hill. The snow has already melted away, leaving no evidence of what happened that night. But I keep thinking about that boy's face, how terrified he looked outside in the cold, and how peaceful he seemed when he entered our house, like he'd finally found somewhere safe after being lost for a very long time. I don't know if I'll ever understand what we saw. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that whenever it snows again in Columbus, Georgia, I'll be looking out my window, watching for a small figure in a white nightgown standing alone in the cold. Story 20. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm a medical examiner, so I deal with death daily. Bodies don't scare me, the dead don't scare me, at least they didn't until last summer. I was sent to New Orleans for a consultation on what looked like a serial case. 3 bodies found in similar circumstances with distinctive markings that matched some cold cases we'd handled back in Westfield. Standard procedure, really. I've done dozens of these consultations over the years. The trip was supposed to last 5 days. Review evidence, offer insight, return home. Simple. On my 3rd day there, my colleague Dr. Sarah Williams suggested we take a break from the morgue. You need to see something other than fluorescent lights and corpses, she said. Sarah had been showing me around the city in the evenings, but this was different. She wanted to take me out to the bayou where her friend kept a small shack. It's nothing fancy, she told me as we drove. Just a place Jake stores his hunting and fishing gear. But the view is incredible, and we could use some fresh air. I remember checking my watch as we pulled onto the dirt road leading to the shack. It was just after 2 in the afternoon. The Louisiana heat was oppressive, even in the car with the AC blasting. I'm from the north, and the humidity down there is like nothing I've ever experienced. It clings to you, makes it hard to breathe. The shack itself was exactly what you'd expect. Weathered wood, screened porch, tin roof. It sat on stilts about 4 feet off the ground, right at the edge of the water. Spanish moss hung from the cypress trees surrounding it, creating this strange, ethereal curtain. I remember thinking it was beautiful in a melancholy sort of way. Sarah had a key, and we let ourselves in. The inside was basic. 1 main room with some old furniture, a tiny kitchenette, and a door leading to what I assumed was a bathroom. Fishing rods lined 1 wall, and there were a few mounted fish and a deer head that had seen better days. It smelled like old wood, fish, and something else I couldn't quite place, something earthy and slightly rotten. Jake won't mind us using the deck, Sarah said, grabbing a cooler from under the sink. She filled it with ice from a small freezer and pulled out a couple of beers. He keeps this place stocked, says you never know when you'll need to escape civilization for a few days. We took our drinks out to the deck that extended over the water. 2 weather-beaten Adirondack chairs faced the bayou, and we settled in. The water was still, almost glassy, reflecting the trees and sky. Every now and then, something would break the surface. Fish, I assumed, or maybe turtles. Sarah and I talked shop for a while, the case we were working on, other strange things we'd seen in our careers. It was relaxing, honestly. The beer was cold, the view was nice, and it felt good to be out of the morgue for a few hours. I was mid-sentence talking about tissue degradation patterns when something changed. It wasn't anything I could see or hear. It was more like a shift in pressure, like when a storm is rolling in and your ears need to pop. I stopped talking. Sarah looked at me questioningly, but I couldn't explain what I was feeling. The air felt heavier somehow, charged with something I couldn't identify. The sounds of the bayou, insects, birds, the occasional splash, seemed to fade away until there was nothing but a thick, oppressive silence. "Do you feel that?" I asked Sarah, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. She frowned, looking around. "Feel what?" But I could tell she felt it too. Her posture had changed, becoming more rigid. Her eyes were darting around, looking for something that wasn't there. That's when I felt it. A cold pressure on my left shoulder. Not like a breeze, but like someone had placed their hand there. I looked, but there was nothing visible. The pressure increased, becoming painful, like fingers digging in. I tried to stand, but the pressure forced me back down. My heart was racing, and I couldn't catch my breath. The pain in my shoulder was intensifying, spreading down my arm and across my chest. Then Sarah screamed. It wasn't a normal scream, it was high-pitched, almost inhuman, filled with pure terror. I've heard people scream before, at crime scenes, in hospitals, but nothing like this. It felt like it was piercing right through my skull. I turned to look at her, fighting against the invisible force on my shoulder. Her face had gone completely white, her eyes wide and fixed on something behind me. Her mouth was still open, the scream continuing until she ran out of breath, and then she just sat there gasping. I heard a crack, loud like a gunshot, and realized it was coming from me. The pain in my shoulder exploded, and I felt something give way. My left arm went numb, and I knew immediately that my clavicle had fractured. The pressure disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared. Sarah wasn't screaming anymore. She wasn't making any sound at all. She was just staring, her mouth working like she was trying to speak, but couldn't produce any sound. I don't remember deciding to leave. We just were suddenly moving. I grabbed Sarah's arm with my good hand and pulled her toward the car. She came willingly, stumbling behind me, still silent. I fumbled with the keys, dropped them, picked them up again. My left arm hung uselessly at my side, the pain starting to break through the shock. I don't remember the drive back to the city. I know I was the one driving, which was probably dangerous given my injury. But Sarah was in no condition to take the wheel. She sat in the passenger seat, shaking, occasionally touching her throat with trembling fingers. We went straight to the ER. The doctors were confused by our injuries. My clavicle was broken in a way that didn't make sense. They kept asking what had hit me, and I couldn't explain that nothing had. The bruising pattern looked like fingers, which the doctor noted with concern, asking several times if someone had attacked me. Sarah was examined too, but they couldn't find anything physically wrong with her throat or vocal cords, yet she couldn't speak. Not a word, not a whisper. They diagnosed it as psychogenic mutism. Basically, she was mute because of psychological trauma, not physical damage. We stayed overnight for observation. I was in pain, but they gave me something that helped. Sarah was in the bed next to mine, staring at the ceiling. I tried to talk to her to ask what she'd seen, but she just shook her head, tears streaming down her face. The next morning I checked myself out against medical advice. I had a case to finish after all. Sarah stayed another day. When she was released, she communicated by writing notes. She wouldn't, or couldn't, tell me what she'd seen at the shack. It was 3 weeks before Sarah spoke again. I was getting ready to head back to Westfield, my part of the consultation complete. She came to my hotel room the night before I left. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse from disuse. "I saw her," she said, "sitting on the edge of my bed, standing right behind you. I didn't have to ask who she meant. What did she look like? She was wearing white, not a dress, more like a nightgown, old-fashioned." Sarah's voice was shaking. Her left clavicle was broken. I could see it sticking through her skin. Her arm was just hanging there, lifeless, like yours was. I felt cold, despite the warm night. Her face, her mouth was open, like she was screaming, but no sound was coming out. Sarah wrapped her arms around herself. Her eyes were fixed on me. She was reaching for you with her good arm. That's when I screamed. We sat in silence for a while. Finally I asked, "Have you been back to the shack?" Sarah laughed, but there was no humor in it. "I won't go within 10 miles of that place. I've been sending assistant examiners for any cases near there. That was 8 months ago. I'm back in Westfield now, back to my normal routine. My clavicle healed, though it still aches when it rains." Sarah and I talk occasionally, but never about what happened. I've tried researching the area, looking for deaths that might explain what we experienced, but there are too many possibilities. The bayou has claimed countless lives over the years. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, feeling that cold pressure on my shoulder again. It's just phantom pain, I tell myself. Just my mind playing tricks. But I know what I felt that day, and I know what Sarah saw. I'm a medical examiner. I deal in facts, in evidence, in things I can see and touch and measure. But what happened at that bayou defies explanation. The physical injuries were real. My broken clavicle, Sarah's temporary mutism. The terror was real. Whatever was in that shack with us was real too. I just don't know what it was, and I don't think I want to know. Story 21. I don't know why I'm finally writing this down after all these years. Maybe it's because I still dream about that yellow house sometimes. Maybe it's because I need someone to tell me I wasn't crazy. Either way, here goes. I was 14 when Mom decided we needed to move in with my aunt and her kids to save money. The house was this big old farmhouse in Nyssa, Oregon, practically the middle of nowhere. It was painted this faded yellow color that probably looked cheerful 50 years ago, but now just looked sick. I remember pulling up the long gravel driveway and getting this feeling in my stomach like I'd swallowed something cold and heavy. The house had this weird layout. There were 4 bedrooms upstairs, a main floor with the living areas, and then a basement with 2 more bedrooms, the laundry room, and this old cellar that was basically just a dirt floor storage area with a heavy wooden door. My cousin Ellie, who had cerebral palsy, and I shared a room upstairs, with our moms in the rooms nearby. My brothers Josh and Tyler took the basement bedrooms, along with my oldest cousin Marcus. I knew something was wrong with that house the minute I walked in. Not the whole house exactly, just the cellar. I remember standing at the top of the basement stairs that first day, and it felt like something was watching me from below. I had to do laundry down there, which I absolutely hated. Every time I went downstairs, I'd rush past the cellar door as fast as I could. The very first night, we all heard it, this scratching sound coming from the cellar. At first, Mom said it was probably mice. But then there was this loud thump against the cellar door, like something had thrown itself against it. We all froze. My Aunt Jane went to check, which I thought was insane. She opened the basement door and flicked on the light, and that's when we heard it. This low, guttural growl that didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. Jane slammed the door shut, and we all slept in the living room that night, with all the lights on. The next morning, my Uncle Rick, who was visiting to help us move in, checked the cellar thoroughly and found nothing, not even mice. But he put a padlock on the cellar door anyway, saying it was just in case. The weird thing was, after that first night, whatever was down there seemed to stay in the cellar. We'd hear noises sometimes, scratching, thumping, once even what sounded like whispering, but it never seemed to come up the stairs. It was like it was trapped down there. That should have made me feel better, but it didn't. It just made me wonder what would happen if it ever got out. About a month after we moved in, Marcus's girlfriend Amber came over with some friends. It was a Friday night, and our parents were going to be out late at some church function. Amber suggested we play hide and seek in the dark, which sounded like fun to everyone except me. I knew all the best hiding spots would be in the basement, and there was no way I was going down there in the dark, but I didn't want to look like a baby, so I agreed. Marcus was it first, and we all scattered. I hid in the pantry, which wasn't very creative, but at least was on the main floor. The game went fine for the first couple rounds. Then Ellie decided she was going to hide in the basement. I tried to talk her out of it. "Don't go down there," I whispered. "Hide in the linen closet upstairs." "No, Miranda," she insisted. "I want a good spot this time." She was 16, 2 years older than me, but sometimes her CP made people treat her like a little kid, which she hated. I knew she was trying to prove something, so she went downstairs. About 2 minutes later, we heard this blood-curdling scream. Not the fake kind you make when you're playing a game, the kind that makes your blood freeze. We all ran to the basement door, and Ellie came tearing up the stairs, sobbing hysterically. It took us 15 minutes to calm her down enough to tell us what happened. She said she was hiding behind the washing machine when she heard something moving in the cellar. Then she saw a glow coming from under the cellar door, not like a light, but like something reddish and pulsing. "It opened the door," she sobbed. The padlock was still on it, but the door opened anyway, and I saw it. It looked like a brain floating in the air with this red light all around it. And it was coming toward me. Everyone else laughed it off. They said she was making it up to scare us, or that her eyes were playing tricks on her in the dark. But I believed her. I'd felt that thing down there from day one. The others wanted to keep playing, but Ellie and I refused. Eventually, they decided to go to the convenience store in town to get snacks, but I stayed behind with Ellie. I wasn't going to leave her alone, not after what she saw. Plus, I was terrified of storms, and the weatherman had predicted a bad one that night. After everyone left, the storm hit hard. The wind howled around the house, making all kinds of creaks and groans. The power flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. I nearly had a panic attack right then and there. Ellie suggested we go to her room and just wait for the others to come back. We were sitting on her bed when we heard it, a slow dragging sound coming up the basement stairs, like something heavy being pulled up step by step. Thump, drag, thump, drag. "It's coming," Ellie whispered, her eyes wide with terror. I grabbed her hand and pulled her into our shared closet, shutting the door as quietly as I could. We huddled in the back behind the hanging clothes, trying not to make a sound. The dragging got closer, then stopped right outside our bedroom door. The knob turned slowly. I could see it through the slats in the closet door. The bedroom door swung open, and even though it was pitch black in the house, I could see this faint red glow spilling into the room. It pulsed like a heartbeat. "Miranda," something whispered. It wasn't a human voice. It was like multiple voices layered on top of each other, some high, some low, all wrong. "I can smell you." I covered Ellie's mouth with my hand because I could feel her about to scream. We sat there barely breathing as that thing moved around our room. I couldn't see it clearly, just that pulsing red glow, but I could hear it, a wet, sticky sound like someone walking with soaking wet shoes. Then the closet doorknob started to turn. At that moment, headlights swept across the window as a car pulled into the driveway. The red glow vanished instantly, and we heard that dragging sound again, but faster now, heading back toward the stairs. Our mums found us huddled in the closet, me rocking back and forth, and Ellie having a full-blown panic attack. They couldn't get a coherent story out of either of us, and of course, my brothers and cousins were nowhere to be found. They'd gotten freaked out by what Ellie saw and decided to spend the night at Amber's house without telling anyone. My mom checked the cellar. The padlock was intact, just like Ellie had said. There was no sign that anything had been in there or that the door had opened, but she did say it was freezing cold down there, way colder than it should have been, even with the power out. About 3 months later, my aunt and cousins moved out. They said it was because they'd found a better place, but I knew it was because of what happened that night. My mom's friends, Todd and Lisa, moved in to help with the rent. Todd took the basement bedroom, and within a week, he was complaining about hearing voices down there. He said he'd wake up and see shadow figures standing at the foot of his bed. No one believed him either. One day I was out collecting eggs from the chicken coop. It was a bright, sunny afternoon, the kind where nothing bad is supposed to happen. Our dog Beggar was with me, sniffing around for mice like he always did. Beggar was the most timid dog you'd ever meet. He was afraid of his own shadow and would hide under the porch during thunderstorms. I was reaching under a hen to grab an egg when I heard my mom's voice call from the house. "Miranda, come here." I straightened up, confused. Mom wasn't supposed to be home for hours. She was working a double shift at the diner. I looked toward the house but didn't see her. "Mom?" I called back. No answer. I went back to collecting eggs, thinking I'd imagined it. Then I heard it again, closer this time. "Miranda, I need you." It sounded exactly like my mom, but something was off, like when you hear a recording of your own voice and it doesn't sound quite right. I looked around and saw nothing, but Beggar was suddenly on high alert. His hackles rose and he started growling, something I'd never seen him do before. He was staring intently at the empty space between the coop and the pasture fence. "Mom?" I called again, my voice shaking. Then the voice came again, but this time from directly above the chicken coop. "Miranda, come to me." Beggar went absolutely ballistic, barking and snarling at the roof of the coop. I backed away, clutching the basket of eggs to my chest. There was nothing there, nothing visible anyway. "You don't belong here," I said, surprised by my own courage. "This is our home, not yours." A giggle floated down from above the coop, high-pitched and childlike, but all wrong. "I was called for," it said, no longer using my mother's voice. "Someone wanted me here. Someone invited me." "Who?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "The woman with the board." She opened the door. and I came through. My Aunt Jane. It had to be. I'd caught her using a spirit board once, late at night in the kitchen. She said it was just for fun, but I remembered how serious she'd looked, how she'd been asking questions about the house and what lived there. "Well, you can go back where you came from," I said, trying to sound brave. "You don't scare me." Another giggle, closer now. "Liar. You're terrified of me. You're terrified of everything in this house." "No," I said, backing toward the house, Beggar still snarling at my side. "That thing in the cellar couldn't scare me away, and neither can you." The air around me suddenly went ice cold, even though it was over 80 degrees that day. "You don't know what's in the cellar," the voice hissed, all childlike pretense gone. "You don't know what's waiting for all of you." I turned and ran, Beggar at my heels. Just before I reached the back porch, I glanced over my shoulder and saw nothing, but I felt it following me, a pressure in the air like right before a lightning strike. As I reached for the door handle, I saw her for the first and only time, a woman in an old-fashioned dress, like a pioneer or something, standing between me and whatever was chasing me. She looked solid, not like a ghost from a movie, but there was something about her eyes that told me she wasn't alive. She nodded at me once, then turned to face the thing I couldn't see. I didn't stick around to watch what happened. I ran inside and locked every door and window in the house. When my mom came home, I tried to tell her what happened, but like always, she just said my imagination was running wild. We moved out 2 months later. Mom said it was because the house was too expensive to heat, but I know the real reason. Whatever lived in that yellow house got worse after that day. The noises from the cellar got louder. Things would move when no one was looking, and sometimes late at night, we'd all hear that childlike giggle floating through the halls. I still don't know what was in that cellar or what followed me from the chicken coop. I don't know who the pioneer woman was either, or why she helped me. All I know is that something was in that house that shouldn't have been there, and sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain that I can hear that wet, dragging sound coming up the stairs toward my bedroom door. Story 22. I grew up in this old 2-story house on the outskirts of town. It was built in the 1930s, nothing fancy, just a normal family home with creaky floors and those old-fashioned door handles that sometimes stick. My earliest memory of something being off was when I was around 6 years old. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, completely unable to move. My body felt like it was pinned to the bed by some invisible force. That's when I saw them for the first time. 2 teenage girls standing at the foot of my bed, just watching me. They were wearing white nightgowns, and I could see them clear as day, even though my room was dark. One had her hair in a loose braid, the other with hair down to her shoulders. I later came to know them as Abigail and Abby. I couldn't scream or call for my parents. I just laid there, terrified, until they faded away and I could move again. I ran to my parents' room crying, but they just told me it was a bad dream and tucked me back into bed. But I knew what I saw wasn't a dream. The sleep paralysis episodes continued throughout my childhood. Sometimes it was the girls. Sometimes it was this older woman who never said anything, just stood in the corner of my room with this sad expression. And then there was the man. I never saw his face clearly. It was always obscured by shadows or turned away from me, but his presence felt heavier, more intimidating than the others. As I got older, things escalated. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye. White faces peeking around doorways that would disappear when I turned to look directly at them. Black shadows moving across walls or ceilings. The feeling of being watched became so constant that I started keeping my bedroom light on at night, even as a teenager. There was this one day during summer break when I was 15 that still stands out in my memory. I was home alone while my parents were at work. It was the middle of the afternoon, bright sunshine coming through all the windows, so I felt relatively safe. I was in my room listening to music when I heard the distinct sound of the bells on my closet door jingling. I kept some old Christmas bells hanging on the inside of my closet door. a decoration I never took down, and they only made noise if the door moved. I looked up and saw my closet door slowly swinging open. I froze, watching as it opened about halfway and then stopped. The logical part of my brain was searching for explanations, maybe a draft or the house settling, but then I saw something move inside the closet. It was low to the ground, about the size of a cat, but it was just a dark shadow without any defined features. It darted out from the closet and under my bed so quickly, I almost questioned if I'd seen anything at all. My heart was pounding as I got up and looked under the bed. There was nothing there, of course, but then I remembered Handsome, my brown tabby cat who had died 2 years earlier. He used to hide under my bed all the time. Later that same day, I saw another shadow, this one pitch black like my old cat Onyx, who had passed away when I was 12. It was sitting on the windowsill in the exact spot where Onyx used to sunbathe. When I approached it, it seemed to dissolve into the air. The physical encounters were the hardest to rationalize away. There was no denying what was happening when I would feel a hand brush against my back while I was in the shower, completely alone in the bathroom, or when I'd wake up with small bruises on my arms that felt like finger marks, as if someone had grabbed me in my sleep. One night I distinctly felt someone sit down on the edge of my bed, the mattress dipping under their weight. I laid there perfectly still, eyes closed tight, too terrified to look. After what felt like an eternity, the weight lifted, and when I finally gathered the courage to open my eyes, no one was there. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind until my cousin came to stay with us for a week that summer. On her third night, she came into my room around midnight, visibly shaken. "Lily, I just saw a man standing in your backyard," she whispered. "He was just staring up at the house." I felt a chill run down my spine. What did he look like? I couldn't see his face clearly. He was just standing there, and then he walked toward the trees and disappeared. The next morning, my cousin asked me if I had little siblings or if the neighbors had kids. "No. Why?" I asked. "I kept hearing children laughing last night, like they were playing hide and seek or something. It sounded like it was coming from the hallway." That was the first time I had confirmation I wasn't imagining things. Someone else was experiencing it too. And if my cousin could see and hear them, they had to be real, right? Even my dad, who was always the skeptic in the family, eventually had his own experiences. He never talked about them much. He's not the type to discuss that kind of thing. But I once overheard him telling my mom about waking up and seeing a woman standing at the foot of their bed. He tried to convince himself it was just Mom getting up to use the bathroom, until he realized Mom was still asleep beside him. The figure had vanished when he blinked. The worst part was that the spirits didn't stay confined to our house. They seemed to follow me. During a camping trip with friends when I was 17, I wandered away from the campsite to find a private spot to pee. You know how gross those campground bathrooms can be. It was just getting dark and I had a flashlight with me. As I was making my way back to camp, my flashlight beam caught a pair of glowing red eyes about 7 feet off the ground among the trees. At first, I thought it might be a reflection from an animal, but these eyes were too big, too far apart to belong to any normal forest creature. I stood frozen as the figure seemed to unfold itself, stretching out what looked like massive wings. It reminded me of those descriptions of the Mothman I'd read about online, this tall humanoid shape with wings and glowing eyes. It didn't move toward me, just watched. I finally broke out of my trance and ran back to the campsite, my heart practically bursting out of my chest. I didn't tell my friends what I'd seen, how could I? But later that night, one of them mentioned hearing strange noises from the woods, like something big moving around out there. On another camping trip with my family, I woke up in our tent to the sound of something moving around outside. Through the tent fabric, I could see a silhouette of something crawling on all fours. It wasn't moving like any animal I'd ever seen. Its limbs were too long, its movements too jerky and unnatural. I laid perfectly still, barely breathing, as it circled our tent twice before disappearing into the woods. Despite how terrifying these experiences were, I developed a strange sort of acceptance over time. The spirits in our house, Abigail, Abby, the older woman, even the man, became almost like unseen roommates. As strange as it sounds, there was a sort of comfort in knowing there were more kids than just me in the house. On lonely days when my parents were working late, I sometimes felt like I had company, even if that company wasn't exactly alive in the traditional sense. I never felt like they meant me harm. If they did, they would have already done something truly malicious in all those years. The touches, the appearances, they seemed more like attempts to communicate than to threaten. Sometimes I'd talk to them, especially when I was alone in my room. I never got verbal responses, but occasionally the temperature would drop suddenly, or the lights would flicker as if in acknowledgement. One particularly vivid encounter happened just 6 months ago. I was back visiting my parents. I've since moved out, but the phenomena have followed me to my apartment, though less intensely. I was staying in my old bedroom, and I woke up around 3 in the morning with that familiar sensation of being watched. I opened my eyes to see Abigail and Abby standing side by side near my dresser. For the first time, they seemed to be trying to tell me something. Abigail was pointing repeatedly at the floor, while Abby had her hand extended toward me, like she wanted me to follow them. I didn't move. I couldn't. The sleep paralysis had me pinned down again, but this time I wasn't as scared as I used to be. I tried to communicate with my eyes to let them know I was listening. The room grew incredibly cold, cold enough that I could see my breath. The older woman appeared behind them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. All 3 of them looked at me with such intensity that I felt tears well up in my eyes, though I couldn't have told you why. Then the man appeared in the doorway. Unlike the others, he still makes my blood run cold. There's something different about his energy, darker, more chaotic. The girls and the woman seemed to grow dimmer as he stepped into the room. He moved toward my bed with deliberate slowness, and for the first time, I could almost make out his face. His eyes were hollow, empty spaces, and where his mouth should have been was just a black void. Just as he reached the edge of my bed, my paralysis broke. I sat up with a gasp, and all 4 figures vanished instantly. The room returned to its normal temperature. I sat there shaking for the rest of the night, unable to go back to sleep. The next morning, curious about what Abigail had been pointing at, I examined the floorboards in that area of my room. One of them was slightly looser than the others. I managed to pry it up, and underneath was a small, tarnished locket. Inside was a faded photograph of 2 young girls in white dresses standing in front of what looked like an earlier version of our house. I've tried researching the history of our house, looking for records of who might have lived there before, especially any teenage girls. I found some old newspaper clippings mentioning a family with 2 daughters who lived there in the 1940s, but nothing about what might have happened to them. To this day, I still see them. Sometimes it's just quick glimpses out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes it's more direct, a shadow figure crossing the hallway or the feeling of someone sitting on my bed. I've gotten used to the gentle touches on my shoulder when no one is there, or the sound of footsteps in empty rooms. I don't know why they've attached themselves to me or what they want. Maybe they're just lonely. Maybe they're trying to tell their story. All I know is that they're as much a part of my life as any living person has been, and despite the fear they've caused me, I can't help but wonder what will happen when someday, inevitably, I join their world instead of them visiting mine.